Rapid urbanization is putting pressure on resources. The conventional construction model consumes excessive energy, water, and materials, leading to high building operational costs, poor health of occupants, and environmental degradation. Green buildings provide an opportunity to address these challenges. Buildings have to prioritize energy, water, and material efficiency solutions such as proper orientation, natural ventilation, daylighting, solar energy and cool roofs, LED lighting, rainwater harvesting, tree preservation, and locally produced building materials. Green buildings save money and provide better living and work environment for the occupants. Green buildings for a green Rwanda. Rapid urbanization is putting pressure on resources. The conventional construction model consumes excessive energy, water, and materials, leading to high building operational costs, poor health of occupants, and environmental degradation. Green buildings provide an opportunity to address these challenges. Buildings have to prioritize energy, water, and material efficiency solutions such as proper orientation, natural ventilation, daylighting, solar energy and cool roofs, LED lighting, rainwater harvesting, tree preservation, and locally produced building materials. Green buildings save money and provide better living and work environment for the occupants. Green buildings for a green Rwanda. Rapid urbanization is putting pressure on resources. The conventional construction model consumes excessive energy, water, and materials, leading to high building operational costs, poor health of occupants, and environmental degradation. Green buildings provide an opportunity to address these challenges. Buildings have to prioritize energy, water, and material efficiency solutions such as proper orientation, natural ventilation, daylighting, solar energy and cool roofs, LED water harvesting, tree preservation, and locally produced building materials. Green buildings save money and provide better living and work environment for the occupants. Green buildings for a green Rwanda.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Um, we're sorry for the delay. We're already two presentation late. I'll start with a recap of what we're doing today. My name is Sarliz Katanglia. I'm your host for the day. Rwanda Architecture Week is a week-long event aiming to showcase the journey of the profession of architecture and allied professions in Rwanda over the last 27 years, involving local, regional, and international practitioners, architecture innovators, researchers, academia, creators of design, software, construction material manufacturers, and suppliers, as well as the public. We shall be taking stock of the achievements made so far and the contribution the profession has made to the trends of the country's urban development and Rwanda's economic growth as a whole. The event will also serve to raise the awareness of the role of the architectural profession in the built environment, as well as addressing key expectations the members of the public have of architects. It will be a time to celebrate and reward architectural excellence as we hope to inspire growth in the profession in different settings. So welcome to Rwanda Architecture Week, Day 2. For our first presenter, I would like to welcome Mass Design. Since its founding in 2008, Mass Design Group has worked tirelessly to ignite systemic change in the built environment through its mission-driven process. As a nonprofit interdisciplinary collective comprising more than 200 architects, engineers, researchers, and even filmmakers, MAS work throughout the world is perhaps best characterized as a portfolio of beautiful and functional buildings that expand the idea of what conventional architecture is. In addition to the dignified environment it creates, MAS is deeply invested in the local communities it serves. Additionally, MAS has established 2 fellowship programs that seek to elevate the next generation of design leadership in Rwanda and the US, or Africa as well, the African Design Center and the Space and Society Fellowship. These 2 opportunities provide pathways for young architects in search of a practice that will allow them to harness their design skills for the betterment of society. For this reason, I want to also take this opportunity to congratulate them on winning the American Institute of Architects 2022 Architecture Firm Award. Every year, the American Institute of Architects recognizes one firm that has produced notable architecture for at least a decade. So congratulations, and you're welcome to take the stage.
Aramutseho. Thank you so much to the MC of the day. I think she did what I was going to do. I was going to introduce MAS and who we are, and I think I can go back to my seat. You did really well. My name is Jean-Paul Sebhai. I'm an architect, and I'm a principal at MAS Design Group. And I'm happy to be here today to share our work with you and share our interventions, as the theme says, interventions in terms of responding to the green emergency. Sometimes when we talk about this, people think that it's something that is a problem of the West or Europe, because there are countries which are too much industrialized compared to us. But this morning I want to, thank the organizers of the Architecture Week for having thought of this important subject, because this emergency exists everywhere, exists in Rwanda, exists in Kigali, and it should be something that we take care of in our daily work as professionals. So without having to, go through too much, I don't know if the slides are being displayed. I was going to be very fast because I'm not the main presenter. I'm just introducing the 2 presenters we have today, and then, I don't want to take much of their time. I only have like 2 or 3 slides. Yes, MAS stands for Model of Architecture Serving the Society. I think it's good that we start there. And as they said, we started here in 2008. And I'll have to say that it's been great years for us to explore the landscape of our profession, trying to tackle the challenges that the world is facing, but also Rwanda and Africa as a continent. Well, looks like I'm not used to technology. Oh, cool. Yes, in MAS, we are a big team. We are a very diverse team of more than 200 people, including architects, engineers, landscape architects, furniture designers, filmmakers, and our team is spread across the globe. As you can see, we do many things, not just architecture, because we found that architecture alone can't solve or can't address the challenges as we're looking at them this week. That's why we try to look into different sectors to tackle this. And throughout the practice of MAS, the last 10 or 11 years that we've been operating, there are three things that we put forward. And those 3 things, I would say that they define the way you operate. The first one is that everybody deserves good design. And I would imagine that this is not something that we think as mass, but it should be our responsibility as architects to make sure that when we design, we should be providing the best to everyone that we serve. And the second thing is that when we think about what we do, when we approach our work, we should always aim to be clean. And by this, we have to emphasize here that being climate positive is not a choice, but it should be imperative to everybody. I'm saying this to you today because that's what we believe in, but given the theme of this week, think about it. And then the third thing is that whatever we do, the way we practice, we have to always remain fair. So we have to look at the whole approach of the design, looking at material extraction, the assembly line, the people who we work with every day, and make sure that we are providing safe and equitable practices every day. So I want to introduce the two projects that we're going to be talking about today, the Ellen DeGeneres campus, or the Diana Fossey Fund, as people call it. And we'll also be talking about the Rwanda Institute for Conservation and Agriculture. We selected those two projects because we believe that they fall into the theme of the week. And I would like to introduce or welcome my colleague, Yusuf, to get us started and explain what we did as interventions to tackle or to do something to address this challenge. Yusuf, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yusuf Renzaho. I'm an architect with Mass Design Group, and I'm here to present to you the Ellen DeGeneres campus of the Diana Fossey Gorilla Fund. It is a project located in the northern province, Musanze district in Kinigi sector. But before I start, problem with technology, okay? I don't know. Okay. But before I start, I would like to ask you to think about what you see in this image here on the screen. Because it's obvious that we have the volcanoes in the background, and on the left we have the farmlands, and on the right we have the gorilla habitat. The problem in this photo is the encroachment of humans on gorilla habitat, looking for land where they can grow their crops. But the question is, can we afford to continue to move in this direction? Can we continue to put ourselves over the gorillas and their habitat? And finally, are we willing to take the necessary measures to make sure that we are able to overturn the negative impact of our past actions? So while approaching the design, we thought, who are we to tackle or to take on this challenge? We know we are not architects who just build buildings, design and build the buildings. We know we are more than that. We are architects to protect and save the planet. We are here to improve the communities in which we live in and where our project will be built. We have to awaken the links that binds us inextricably to one another, as in what Martin Luther King said, the inescapable network of mutuality. So we are in this all together, humans and the ecosystem that surrounds us. Which leads us to the inspiration that we get from this quote by Diane Fossey, where she said, when you realize the value of life, you dwell less on what is past and concentrate on the preservation of the future. So what do we learn from this quote? One, we have to acknowledge the mistake that were done in the past, but it is no reason for us to dwell on that. We have to move forward, and we have to learn from those mistakes so that we don't repeat them in the future. Number two, we need to apply measures that solve those past mistakes and also prevent similar and other mistakes from happening again in the future. We need to make sure those measures are able to anticipate any challenge that might impede our capacity to achieve a better future for us humans and the wildlife. So our partner on this project is the Diana Fossey Gorilla Fund. They wanted a purpose-built campus so that they can amplify their mission of conservation, protection, and the study of the gorillas, and train the next generation of African conservationists, and build the conservation capacity of the local communities. So as we approach the design, we wanted to make sure all these points in our partner's mission are addressed. So at MAS, what we do when we're designing any project, we start by asking our question that will help us tackle all the challenges that our partners are facing. In this case, we ask ourselves, can a campus inspire conservation activism? And from that question, we try to find solutions that aligns with our partner's mission. After several meetings with our partner discussing their vision for this campus, we came up with the idea of designing a campus that will make gorillas the entry point for a lifetime of conservation activism, with a design that is inclusive of all people regardless of their gender or race, age, status, etc. Stuck again, sorry. Okay, as you can see in this drawn image, the building that is highlighted as number one is the conservation gallery, the number two is the education center, and number three is the research center, and number four, we have the housing units, and number five, we have the outdoor assembly. So you can see the volcanoes in the background, so they are very tall, and the altitude changes significantly as you are moving up, which affects the types of vegetation that grows at different altitudes. In this diagram, what we learn is that the gorilla habitat is between the altitude of 2,550 meters to 3,300 meters, where the vegetation at the top is mostly bamboo, and at the bottom we have Hagenia and herbaceous plants. So we apply the knowledge that we learned during our research on the campus, whereby we opted to transforming the existing landscape of the campus into a reforested landscape that demonstrates native ecologies as an education and scientific opportunity. While designing the landscape of the campus, we wanted the landscape to be able to create a representation or to be a representative of the volcanoes' ecologies, as we'll see in the coming slides. So far on site, we have propagated around 300,000 plants at the nursery, and more than 90,000 plants have been planted in different sections of the campus. Slide. Okay. After looking at how we can offset the campus embodied carbon footprint through different strategies of applying the knowledge that we gathered from the research that we did on the Gorilla National Park. We wanted to see how that can help us make sure the campus is carbon positive in the future. As you can see, we introduced this idea of interpretive trails where they meander throughout the landscape, giving visitors opportunity to experience landscape that are typically found in the Volcano National Park. So we have three distinct trails highlighted in green. Between the Conservation Gallery and the Education Center, we have the Gorilla Trail. And also between the Education Center and the Research Center, we have the Biodiversity Trail. And the wastewater treatment wetland at the bottom between the parking and the Research Center. Starting with the Gorilla Habitat Trail. On this trail, visitors will be passing through a landscape that has plants which are part of gorilla diet, where they forage when they're not resting, and also plants that covers the area where gorillas like to rest. So the path of the visitor who will be going through these trails will be having similar experience to what you would experience if you were to be trekking gorillas in the Volcano National Park. Next, we have the Biodiversity Trail, which meanders through micro landscapes, stemming from Hygenia woodlands and also mixed forests. This trail will educate visitors on the types of plants that grows in the Volcano National Park, but not being necessarily on the gorilla diet. The last trail that we have is the wastewater treatment wetland. So it will be meandering around a system that we introduced to make sure the campus does not negatively affect the environment when the waste from the campus is discharged. So we want to naturally clean and purify this water before it is discharged in the nature. And on this trail, visitors will be educated on the process through which that system or that water is cleaned. Which takes me to the design concept and where we got our inspiration from. So we were inspired by the Diane's original tent at Karisoke Research Center, seeing how it was immersed in the forest of tree. As you can see in this sketch, there we have tents that are immersed in the forest of those trees. So we developed this idea to the extent where we wanted to have a campus that evoked this feeling of walking under the canopy of the forest. So what we did was we introduced green roofs and also supported those green roofs, as you can see in this diagram, that are supported by slender columns. And also we made sure that none of the walls is reaching the roof directly, so that you can clearly see the roof floating, and below them being the occupiable space, which are representation of Diane's tent at Karisoke Center. We also looked at how, with that inspiration, how can we make sure that inspiration is incorporating some of the passive systems so that we reduce its dependency on artificial energy. We looked at how, because as you know, the locals, they know in Kinigi it gets very cold. It's like it's not part of Rwanda, so it's very cold up there. So we had to introduce a system. We had to insulate the buildings so that the people who would be occupying them, they would be comfortable. So it's one of the few areas in this country where insulations have been used. We also introduced pop-up roofs so that we can lit and also ventilate deeper spaces of the building because our buildings are large. So you can't naturally lit them and ventilate them from the side. So we had to find a solution through the top so that we can make sure all the spaces are naturally lit and also ventilated. Another idea that we found during our research was the hearth or fireplace. It had a strong meaning at Karisoke Center. I would start with this quote that says, "A fireplace burned in the open pit that constituted a true center of life at Karisoke. It was a place to find warmth of many kinds. The fire pit was also the place for Rwandan staff and foreign researchers to meet and talk." So we wanted to push this idea in how we're approaching the design of these buildings. So are we providing spaces for people to meet for warmth and collaboration and also discussion and also have or foster these meaningful relationships? At the campus, we wanted to also have a meaning behind how the buildings are laid out on site. So we're inspired by some of the pebbles or big rocks that you see in the volcanoes as they are scattered around. They look like pebbles that are falling down a sloped hill. So, but with that in mind, we also considered the wind direction, the sun path, the climate, as I mentioned earlier, the scenic views. They are very good up there. And also how the topography will affect this layout. So we had to combine all these ideas to come up with this site plan. The building number A is what I mentioned to be as the conservation gallery, number B being the research center, and C, the education center. So these buildings were designed, you can see the floor plans, they are not complete rectangles. So in order to introduce that idea of fireplace and hearth for people to gather around and get warmth, so these cut out in the floor plans, they allow us to provide those spaces and also create this smooth transition from the landscape and create a sense of continuity and also the feeling of feeling invited to go into the buildings, because the transition, there's no, the change in material is so seamless that you don't realize you are even inside the building. So we had to make sure we get that correct. And also the other thing is we wanted to maintain that continuation, as I mentioned, from the landscape, because the landscape is a big part of this project. We wanted to make sure that as you are touring the site, some features of the landscape are carried out into the building so that there is this clear connection between the inside and the outside, and also create a more livable and accommodating space for people to be more productive. The first building, as I mentioned, is the conservation gallery, where we have mostly the exhibition space. So on the left, we have the ground floor, and also on the right, we have the level 1. So it's the only building that has 2 levels. So on the ground floor, we have mostly the conservation gallery and also the theater. You can see the big circle in the middle. It's where we'll have the 360 display of different themes related to the conservation efforts. And also we have a gorilla cafe for people to have some snacks and coffee as they are finishing touring the gallery. And at the top we have the VIP conference rooms and and the overlook for people to interact with each other and also enjoy the scenic views of the campus and also the surrounding volcanoes. Sorry, technologies. Okay, what you see now is, as I mentioned earlier, is in the foreground we have the outdoor assembly space, and in the background we have the conservation gallery that I was talking about. So this outdoor assembly space will allow visitors and regular campus users to interact with each other in an outdoor setting. And most importantly, this space will provide more opportunities for the campus mission to reach many people because there will not be any limited access to this space. So everyone is welcome to use this space. So it will be a place for everyone to be exposed to the mission of the campus. This building, especially the conservation gallery, is built around Diane's legacy, which is the first building that you meet when you get to the campus. So it's a place, it is designed as a place where scientists, partners, community members, students, tourists come together and first interact with the mission. In the indoors, there are many displays of different themes related to the conservation efforts. And these rich stories of gorillas that FOSSFund has known for more than 50 years. And all of this is done to build empathy and awe to one of our closest relatives. The next building is the Education Center. So it's a building that will increase opportunities for capacity building for students, staff, and the researchers. It accommodates the student, the classrooms, computer lab, conservation library, and we have this big oval space in the middle is the indoor hearth or warm space. It's where it is designed, as you can see in this photo, all the programs are around this space. So we wanted this space to be a magnet for people to use and also interact with each other. So meaning the students, the researchers, and also some members of the communities. Next we have the research center, which is the largest building on the campus. This building will enhance the client's cutting-edge research on gorillas and their habitat. It has two main sections. On the left, you have a section dedicated to the offices, and on the right, we have the labs for where they will be conducting their researches. And these buildings was designed so that the movement and the use of the space and the transition is smooth and it feels like you are flowing in a space that have that gives similar experience but with different purpose and use. So it's a photo of the progress on site. So we're into finishing stages. You can see, as I mentioned, the concept. So the volcanic stones are not meeting the ceiling. So from a distance, what you see is this green roof that is floating over this usable space below. And we have the housing units, so which accommodates the hearth spaces, as I mentioned. So we have areas for warmth on the inside and also on the outside. As you can see, the small pebbles in front of the main entrances. So we also have 4 bedrooms each, and also some kitchen area, and also a dining basically all the services that the student will need to live on this campus comfortably. Those are the photos of the 2 housing units. As we were developing the design for this campus, we looked at how can we approach the buildability and also in terms of footprint and handprint. We looked at different strategies for these two options, whereby we introduce systems that complement the concept of the campus and also our partner's mission. Starting with the footprint, so we introduced green roofs and pollinators as a way to recover the area that was lost for the building coverage. So we recovered that area through green roof provision, and also the green roof helped us to insulate more the building because it's more capable of trapping the heat inside than a normal roof would. So it was a plus for us to use this material. And we also wanted to address the landscape, as I mentioned previously, the strategy of reforestation, because before this area where the project is located, before it was part of the gorilla habitat, before human took over that area. So we want to recreate what it would have been if humans were not there. So we'll apply that strategy to achieve that. And also, after many site visits and also ground investigations, we found out that there's so many volcanic stones everywhere. So, okay, how many minutes do I have more? 2 minutes. I don't think I will go through all of it, but maybe I can skip this. Let me talk a little bit about just a few systems that we did. So, okay, this photo is fine. So we used the volcanic stones that we gathered around the site. As you can see in the photo on the right, you can see we used the volcanic stone for the pathways, the benches, and the wall cladding. And also you can see we made sure that all the materials that we are using on this campus, we are sourcing most of it from the local communities. So even the wood that we're using on the ceiling was locally sourced. And in the middle we have the photo of the wastewater treatment plant. So it's a series of ponds that cleans and naturally purify the water before it is discharged into the nature. And on the left we have the green roof, so whereby the soil that is used on that green roof and also the gravel or the stones, so all were from the site. So this is my last slide, bear with me. So the way the wastewater treatment plant works is it starts with the anaerobic buffered reactor at the top where all the waste from the campus is collected. And you have a series of vertical subsurface flow wetlands where the water gets treated, and also in between those you have the flotation belt where that water that is not clean yet is aerated, and also more impurities are removed before it gets discharged into the landscape. So you can see the photo at the bottom. It's those 4 ponds that clears the water. So should I proceed, JP? I don't know. What do you think? Okay. Let me go to the last slide and then close the presentation. I think it's because of this remote thing. That's why. Do I point there? I don't know. I'm pointing everywhere. So we have the furniture department that design and fabricate furniture for the campus. So most of our project we are doing that because we don't want to bring stuff from China just out of catalog. So we are doing that in order to empower the local communities as well. And also we have a media team that records all the processes from concept and also report back and also keep track of all the processes and also the constructive phases of the construction. And also technology again, I think the battery died in this thing. Thank you very much. Oh, this is the best one. So when we're doing construction, so we partnered with GIZ and also IPRC so that we can share the knowledge and train different groups of people. So what we did is we wanted to maintain the equity in the trainees that we were selected. So we trained and certified 406 workers. And out of those, 162 were female and 141 was youth. And most of the work that was done at the ratio of 80% was around on-job work. So they were being trained as they were working. And only 20% of the training was theoretical. And of those trainees, we maintained 50%. We employed them. We gave them employment in addition to the training that they received. So economic-wise, so this project has managed to invest in Rwanda more than 11 million US dollars and employed around 1,900 people. And also more than 99% of those people are local Rwandans. So it's a great thing that we are building. Also, we are building the capacity of the local professionals. Lastly, in terms of equity, 27% of females at mass. Sorry, on this project, 27% of all the workers are female, and 29% of leadership roles are held by women. And as an effort to push forward this conservation mission, it has turned this country into a touristic destination and also a benchmark for a successful conservation effort. So we have been successful in these efforts, so it's up to us to keep pushing forward. And we can't save gorillas without taking measures that can activate changes. So we have to be aware of how efficient the measures that we're applying are. Saving gorillas is an important mission, yet the value of this mission reaches beyond the forests to help the entire ecosystem. People and wildlife thrive together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my colleague Yusuf. I'll be presenting the next project, RICA. It was the same project, just another slide. Yeah. Yeah. Readies in architecture. Okay. Being an introduction, my name's are Rene Gasana. I'm architectural design at Mass Design Group. I'm currently working on RICA project that I'll be presenting now. And the project is currently on site, being completed. It was handled actually in 3 phases, having phase 1 and 2 completed, and phase 3 is being done by next year, early next year, 2022. RICA stands for Rwanda Institute of Conservation Agriculture, and it is in the Bugesera district in the eastern province of Rwanda. It is a beautiful site situated between 2 lakes, Lake Irimbi and Lake Aharwa, and it is within the intact savanna woodland. And such locality context informed a lot on the entire architectural intent of the project and material choices, then to further design moves and design strategies. Throughout, as my colleague mentioned, throughout design process at Mass Design Group, we collaborate with our partners in finding ways to manifest or explore their mission into architectural projects. And these help us to find to define the actual problem that we are solving and work together to find the responses. And as you know, one of the major problems that we face in Rwanda is effective agricultural production and food security in general, because 80% of Rwandese relies on agriculture. However, 21% are now food insecure, and it is due to many factors. One of them are ecological shifts due to degraded soil, deforestation, and climate changes. And this is continuous. It means we need to take decisions now, because there is more food required, but there is less land for agriculture and farming activities. To amplify on that, study shows that by year of 2050, this population is going to be doubled, which is putting more pressure on whatever little land that we are remaining with. Talking about the details of the issues, the first issue we have is ecological shifts. Now, plants and farmers are struggling to adapt to the new climates. The environment are becoming more and more difficult to farm. And the main reasons are due to the drastic changes of environment and again, natural disasters that comes typically in Rwanda, let's say landslides and droughts. The second, which is the main problem, is population growth. Now, Rwanda is the most densely populated country in sub-Saharan Africa, with more than 400 population per square kilometers. And as I mentioned, it's going to be doubled. It means it's another immense pressure on the land we're having for farming. And if it's not resolved, it's going to contribute again to the first factor of ecological shifts. And again, once this balance of ecological is lost, it means there is increase of parasites, which are the major sources of vector-borne diseases, which is also affecting us humans. And to clarify more on this, Bugesera has a special character. It's one of the hottest districts in Rwanda. That means if we can solve this problem in Rwanda, it can be solved everywhere in the country or even in the East Africa. And this is linked to the RICA missions. As my colleague mentioned, we work with partners and we define the mission of the project before tackling it. And working closely with our partners, including the government of Rwanda, the Buffett Foundation, and RICA itself, we set the mission to be to train the next generation of leaders in conservation agriculture in attaining health and sustainable food independence in Rwanda. Then, going to the site, trying to measure the potential and the suitability of the site in order to inform the location of the campus. This site has its ecological values. As I mentioned, it is a home of intact savanna, which is like the second to Akagera National Parks. It provides many endangered species, and this alone set it to be a conserved area. We also did several soil assessment, doing different soil tests, ground investigation, in order to inform our team about the right placement of every program on the site. And this made more northern part, closer to the lake, suitable for agriculture and housing, and the southern part on the top of the hill, best location for pasture grazing. And we also considered the slopes because we wanted to gently attack the landscape of the site. And that informed specific programs like pivot farming, as I will be explaining later. Another thing we did is assessing the typical native vegetation on site by assessing its productivity and the quality, informed our team throughout many data collected in the selection of wooden frames used on the campus. Another thing, as I mentioned, we are having these resources presented on site, water and solar energy. So we started by assessing one of the lakes, Lake Kirimbi, to make it suitable to be the main source of both irrigation and potable water to be the main supply of the whole site. And but that was also another challenge for us to do restoration of lake edge vegetation in order to clean and protect the lake water quality. Again, Bugesera is the prime, as I mentioned, the hottest district in Rwanda, is the prime location for solar gain in Rwanda. So we had to take that advantage and have a solar plant, which will be the only source of energy of the whole campus. Then, what we did is establishing conserved areas to be 100% protected. Another thing was to map site due to the soil suitabilities by defining which land is best on what program, from construction land, agricultural activities, and the best location for livestocking. And we also considered water quality mitigation, as I mentioned, by creating some corridors, some water corridors, trying to clean water before entering back to the lake. Because again, we are relying on the lake. We need to protect and making sure it's refilled constantly. And we took care of the slope itself of the site, trying to gently approach it and set some specific program like pivot farming in applicable locations. So let's talk about the master plan. As a result, RICA master plan took into consideration all above studies in order to manifest this, what we call One Health concept. The One Health concept is when human, animal, and ecological health have to live together in harmony and create a healthy relationship. That was done. And we had the housing embedded in the nature in order to create that life on farm lifestyle. We had also the enterprises, it's academic buildings. We are calling them enterprise because the education system on site is based on practical, hands-on kind of education, are well placed due to suitability of the soil. And lastly, we had to connect all of the program through the spine axis that will be connecting the entire site. And this was made pedestrian intentionally in order to promote the social connection through the exhibition platform that would be positioned all along that spine road. And briefly talking about the landscape, we had three clear approaches. One was to conserve all ecological assets that are represented now on site. The second was to restore the damaged one. And the last was to regenerate the lost one. That involved reforestation of some woodland, some wetland when it was required. Zooming in, like to make the analysis a design, like talking about our implementation decisions. As I said, we were starting by restoring ecological asset on site, but the main thing due to the academic program was to promote these kind of farming methodologies, hands-on kind of education system that we give or teach students to intensify the farming practice that will be based on the requirements that we need them. We mentioned about the need of the food in year of 2050. Another thing was employ this conservation agriculture concept that it is focusing on a positive relationship between both ecological and animal health, which is advocating on this production practice, which is not compromising the site resources, but rather improve it in terms of the soil and the water resources of the soil. So we had 4 steps. One was to preserve the ecological asset, as I mentioned, and mainly savanna forest and the lake and its papyrus wetland. Another thing was to intentionally pressing the program due to the best suitable of its soil or location. And we had this urge to embed the housing in the nature. Just the main thing was to give the student actually this typical lifestyle of ordinary farmer in Rwanda, to have that experience. And the last thing was placement of academic enterprise, and we wanted, again, to have this interconnection by having the major connection in the middle. Everything will be connected into this spine road. And one thing I can also mention, it's not clear here on the screen, is that the program was pressed, like defining the private from east to west, having the housing, both student and faculty housing on the east, and the more public program will be more on the west part of the site. So let's go into details. Talking about preserving ecological asset. We started by marking out areas to be preserved. And this was achieved by doing intentionally protecting the nature while we were doing site clearance and setting out. We offered maximum protection on existing nature that we wanted to protect, and we were carefully selecting plants that can be maybe removed or changed. So this is talking about how we gently pressed everything on the site and promoting the social connection so that both student and faculty housing can easily have one-on-one mentorship regularly. We also talked about this academic building, like in order to have this kind of practical methodology, academic building are also set in the farms, where students get experience to actually see the whole process from the field or from the animal pasture land to the enterprise, and even the whole process up to the added value. For example, we realized that the best soil for agriculture-based enterprise are in the north, closer to the lake. And the best suitable soil had to be put on the top of the hill the land which was former degraded, but closer to the grazing land. And that placement was also opportunity for the program interconnection. We started by defining program hierarchy, and then all programs were oriented toward the spine axis and make everything connected along that axis. Yeah, I want to focus on this slide because this is the first year housing kind of lifestyle. And we wanted to give, as I mentioned, a first year housing experience to live in an ordinary farmer lifestyle. And we have this house housing 21 students, and we be taking care of 2.1 hectares. Then those students will be divided into 3 groups, and each group of 7 students will be taking care of each portion of the land and given an animal to take care of. And this will be in order to boost this spirit of helping each other, but also to foster the social interaction and learning how to work for or protect the surroundings. If you go into architecture, these buildings are designed first to provide best common or social areas in order to simulate social interaction, interior and external gathering. Another thing is that we did best building orientation in order to maximize the passive system. Let's say natural ventilation and natural lighting, and also thermal mass in order to have effective internal thermal environment. So it's an example of showing how first year housing is well connected with external farms, and also a best way to illustrate how we used locally sourced materials after construction. Going quickly, let's go from further to the senior student. So we were asking ourselves then, how can we still be sustainable, not from this smallholder kind of farm to the farm which is on the scale of the enterprise. As I mentioned, we know the best location for agriculture, best enterprise. We know the best location for pasture land. So our next thing was to strategically pressing them and doing like a kind of cohesion, giving them interconnection. And we were trying to make this connection from top and bottom to create this spine kind of interconnection. Going quickly, this is an illustration of chain of activities. For example, coming from raw crops and raw milk coming together. If it's a fruit, it be consumed on this spine road, and it's also opportunity for people celebrating the whole food process and also having opportunity to witness or having a scenario of the whole process when you are passing through that pedestrian road. And this is a typical enterprise sitting in the farm. I'm going to be quickly talking about also beyond academic buildings. We also had community spaces, which are mainly the campus center in the middle, this year 23 student, like trying to also give them social connection to the campus level and further extension program, which is like community outreach. And their connection will be giving this campus core. And the campus core is entirely pedestrian in order to maximally connect every program together so that both users of the site, student, faculty, and people visiting the site will experience the whole process and stimulate again social interaction. As I mentioned, this campus was all designed to celebrate the whole food process, like from how it is farmed, produced on the site, and up to the table. So we had this campus center and made sure that the dining is well celebrated as one of the features we wanted to actually express and showcase on the site. Yeah, it's beautiful, you should visit. Yeah. So that was master planning. Let's go to the architecture. I'm going to briefly talk about what. Okay. No worries. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to just show you the slides of what I wanted to talk about, how we approached architecture in order to minimize the embodied carbon, thinking like carbon used in operation and maintenance and one in the construction, and our target was to go to the half of it. And we defined it because embodied energy does not stop on the construction. It actually goes to the entire process of this of the life cycle of the building. While operation, it's only in the use. And we actually know that it has been a theme that people were focusing on operational energy, but we want to focus on embodied energy because it even goes more than 80%. So how we achieved it on the RICA? We, first of all, in terms of infrastructure, made it potential to be 100% off-grid, relying on renewable power and water, and sourced material locally. Then we had this comparison where we're cutting unnecessary things like instead of using concrete foundation, we used stone foundation, cutted some layers like screed, used improved reinforcement like in slabs like mesh instead of typical rebars, and omitted things like ceiling, so that we ended up saving 58% of typical embodied carbon. So we did so many several site testing and so in order to better get the effective product and specification. Then we invested in sustainable sourcing. Mainly our target was locally, but was extended to East Africa, specifically in Tanzania. We also invested in actually finding a way to use innovative ways to use whatever ceramic products we have on the site. And we ended up having more than 90% of products being sourced here in Rwanda. And through all those combination, we ended up having our project to be two-fifths of what was required. Actually, the typical educational buildings consume these 425 kilo SO2 equivalent by square meter, but we did only 175. So we also go beyond to the furnitures, as my colleague mentioned, trying to focus on finding solution within ourselves, employing more than local manufacturers, cooperatives, and artisans. And the next thing I want to mention is that our team is now partnering with stakeholders to find ways to define a toolkit for, in order to measure and be able to reduce embodied carbon in Rwanda. So thank you. This is Rika. I think I'm also going to take this opportunity to invite you tomorrow, if you can make it. You are going to see it on site. Sorry, it was a wrong conversation because it's a big site. It's 3 phases. You should come and visit.
Thank you, Mas. So thank you for great presentations. You did have 2 days. You had yesterday, so yeah. On these innovative green technologies and features applied in your project, on applying diverse methods delivery within the profession. Your presentation leaves us wanting to see more and learn more, trust me. And some of us a desire to join your team. Kudos to setting and maintaining these exemplary, innovative knowledge sharing standards, as well as changing the narrative of architecture complexities and deliveries from within the local context. I would like to welcome and present, I would like to give you a short biography of our next presenter, which is Rwandan Ladies in Architecture, the presenter today is Jocelyn Uwineza, who's a Global Health Corps Fellow who grew up in Kigali, freshly graduated in architecture at the University of UR. She helped design a health post in a rural community in Gorero during her internship with ASA. She has also volunteered at Journeyman International to design community libraries in a community library in a remote area in the eastern part of Rwanda, and worked with General Architecture Collaborative as a full-time designer, designing Kweza Brewery, a first woman-led microcraft brewery. She's a representative of Rwandan Ladies in Architecture, a women architect association in the University of Rwanda, now working at MES Design Group. In her spare time, she enjoys taking long walks with her friends, discovering places, among other things. Please welcome Rwandan Ladies in Architecture.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here. We are very honored to be to having this amazing opportunity to present our initiatives as women in architecture. To start with, Jocelyn, as Lisa mentioned, and I'm a representative of Rwandan Ladies in Architecture. Okay. You may wonder what is Rwandan Ladies in Architecture and what does it do? Rwandan Ladies in Architecture is an association of female architects at the University of Rwanda, aiming at creating a platform that promotes women towards self-confidence and professionalism in architecture field. So this is not the newest idea. We started this idea in 2018. Six students, female students, after realizing that in architecture field we lacked programs that empowers women, and other problems that we were facing as female architect students at school. So this program or association is aimed at promoting that platform and empowering young female architects, our young sisters, and also creating kind of collaboration between female architects at the school and those who are in the field. Our main vision is creating architecture awareness in Rwandan society, especially in young women, and as I was saying, creating collaboration between women architects and young women in school. Our missions are mainly learning Rwandan architecture, learning women who influence and or impact, and also learning traditional and modern architecture, especially in Rwanda, and also mentoring and developing professionalism. Our board is composed of 6 females, which are also the founder of these initiatives. May you please stand up? And also we have also other members that join this initiative, which includes those one who are graduated those who are still in school and those who are working in this field. I think my fellow can come to present this.
Thank you. My name is Afsana Karijigo and I'm a third student in URSAB. So as RLA, we make our impact through different activities, and those activities include content creation, where you can see, for those who follow us on Instagram and everything, that's where we share our impactful messages. We also have art talks and architecture movies, mentorship programs and outreach programs, and also competitions. So for these activities, we chose them systematically due to the way or things that were lacking in our field, mainly for students, but also basing on the number of members that we have. So it's a progressive thing. Okay. So to start with the content creation, we go with different things like fun facts, publishing women in architecture around the world, but also even though we are women in architecture, but also we are inclusive in the messages that we give. So, one of the reasons that we do this on a frequent way is to also bring the students to invest themselves into research, but also into developing their skills in presenting and creating some like this content, because it's not only done by us as the board, but we also include those students from younger classes. So apart from that, among the content creation, we have our new magazine that's called The Vivacious Lady. As you can see, we already published 2 of ladies in architecture in Rwanda, including Liz, a beloved host. So for this initiative, it mainly came to try to encourage those students by showing them like local precedents or inspiring women that they can easily relate to. But also we did it because we realized how we are lacking published content and bios about women. So we also have, like I said before, the activity of showing movies and documentaries, but also architectural talks. So for this, the main purpose was not only to share the different experiences and provide learning experience for students, but also to develop a culture of learning together as students in the whole department. Because for this, it's very open to everyone, not only girls, but also boys and even students from other faculties, so that they can have the awareness that we mentioned of architecture and what it is. But we not only screen the movies, but we also invite people like discussants who are either from our department, like lecturers, but also other people from outside. Thank you. I might let my fellow continue.
Thank you. I'm Sylvie Duftimana. I'm a Group Health Corps Fellow at Mass Design Group. For the mentorship program, we have mentorship. We have internal mentorship and external mentorship. Internal mentorship, we have also some kind of 2 types. We have in-person mentorship and group mentorship. So for the group mentorship, we provide like support and guidance together as a group. We are like, for the last year, we have been partnered with one of the experts skills, and we provide 5 days. We provide 5 sessions of public communication where we train some architecture students about presentations tips, like how to speak publicly, how to present the architecture project, and other kind of things. We also provide some collaboration, some gathering of ourselves where we as a team together, and also in person we are board members and other in-person mentorship. Board members, no, sorry, in-person mentorship, we as board members and also the final year architecture students, we have in-person mentorship where each person has 1 or 2 students where he can coach, he can train, either in architecture career or also either in personal lives. We also have outreach programs, which is kind of external mentorship, where we have been partnered with Women at Mass, and we, in that case of collaboration with women who are already in the field and those who are still at the school, we did 2 projects together. The first one was Reading Corner at secondary school, where we provide a space and kind of furniture for the students where they can read, they can have such kind of addressing and those challenges and gaps that they have together. We also designed a project called Saint Famille, which is a classroom where we designed in a way of collaboration, like how you can arrange the spaces which can facilitate collaborative learning. But lastly, we also do outreach program to high school students. In terms of awareness to architecture, we talk to them about what is architecture. We present to them our project, such kind of things. We also do competition just to prove to ourselves or even to others that even we ladies can be competing outside in the world. Where for the first one we did a area career. It was a kind of exhibition. We have just been exhibiting what is real architecture. We present Kigali landscape model, explain to the visitors and such kind of things. We also participate in Rwandan chapel competition. It was a competition it was a global competition, but the idea was to design the chapel for the sisters at Ruhondo. So we have won the 11th places, so it was a good thing that we experienced. We also participated in Kigali public bench competition. So it was a small competition, but it was a lot of details. So we divide ourselves into 2 teams. The first team has been mentioned in 5 top of the winners, and the second team has become the first winner. But unfortunately, we are still waiting for the awards. But it was a great achievement for sure, and we really can't wait to see our bench, people sitting there outside here enjoying. Yeah, thank you.
Actually, this is the last side. Thank you very much for having us, and keep having good time.
Thank you, Rwandan Ladies in Architecture. Well done. It's nice to see students find and look for methods to empower themselves and learn outside of school. Thank you for raising awareness on architecture outside of the field, professionals and communities, and for holding a space for women in this field. More importantly, setting a standard high, obviously, and being a role model to those who are watching, hold you the space. Our next presentation will be virtual. I would like to present to you Gregory Cohen, PhD, from Rwanda Royal Institute of British Architects, the architect's coach. He is an architectural educator and street design research expert living in London and coaching in several countries. Gregory studied architecture in Australia and toured Europe in 1987, the final year of his studies. He returned in 1989 to Graz and Vienna to work as an architect in Austria, learning German, and later went on to practice and teach architecture in Australia and Malaysia. His 2002 research dissertation on methodology in architecture was associated with publication lectures in Vienna, Austria, and Zagreb, Croatia. After moving to London, UK, Gregory became involved in diversity of architects and in professional development education internationally. He served with validation panels in Seoul, Korea, Santiago, and Bio Chile, and Buenos Aires, Argentina, and toured many UK architecture schools. As an architect teacher trainer in Mongolia, he developed architecture education and capacity building in Ulaanbaatar. After working as an architect in Frankfurt and London, he developed his PhD thesis on street design in those two cities. He maintains practice between Austria, Switzerland, Germany, and UK, and now Rwanda, eventually. In 2021, Gregory trained with Animas as a transformational life coach and has been developing coaching services and initiatives in Europe, Africa, Australasia, and the Americas. Please welcome Gregory Cohen.
Now, would you like me to share the slides from my machine, or I can share from Zoom if you like? Or would you rather put them on yourself? I've got my screen sharing is disabled. I sent the slides. Anyway, I'll go through the slides. I have them here, but I'm not sure if you can see them. So today I'm going to present about architectural education, mentoring and coaching with the architect's coach. Can you hear me well? Just check, wave if you can hear me.
Yes, we can online.
Okay.
Can hear you.
Okay, I'm not sure if the audience, the live audience, can hear me. Could some of the ladies in architecture who just spoke, could you wave if you can hear me there? Very good, yeah, excellent. So, yeah, my name's Gregory. Thank you, Lisa, for the introduction. I'm presenting about coaching, education, and professional development for architects today. I have some slides which I've sent you, but I'm not sure if you can see them on the screen. I have them here on my machine, but I'm not able to share them because the screen sharing is disabled on Zoom. But today I'm going to talk about mentoring online.
I think you can try to share the screen. I believe we've given you the access. Can you try?
Great. I'll try it again. There we have it, very good. Let me do that then. Here we are, audience window, share. Okay. Is that the audience window? Yeah. Okay, very good. Okay, I've been working just this year on a new business called the Architect's Coach, and I'll just give you some background to that business. And I am mentoring and coaching. I have been mentoring for a long time, especially in diversity mentoring at the RIBA, the Institute of British Architects. I previously worked there in architectural education, and today I'm a freelance academic and mentor and coach. Right, let me go to the next slide. I have 14 slides, and then I'll end with a short video about my service, which is called the Architect's Coach. I'm an Australian-born architect, as Lisa mentioned, and I did my PhD fairly late in my career in 2015 at the University of Westminster in the UK. That's 6 years ago. And then I recently trained last year as a transformational life coach as a new career during the pandemic of 2020 to 2021. It's still somewhat ongoing here in the UK. We have a new set of restrictions in place starting next Monday. And I work with my coaching clients online, and very few of them also face-to-face, going for walks along the Thames. But unfortunately, that's not as many as I would like until the pandemic conditions are lifted. I grew up in a middle-class family in Australia, and my parents, my father is originally from South Africa and migrated to Australia. My mother's a teacher. They decided to homeschool my family for a year, and we toured around Australia in 1977 in a combi van.
I'm sorry, Gregory. Sorry for cutting you short. We're not seeing your screens properly. Could you please adjust them? Thank you.
Okay, let's see what's happening with my screen. Is that better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. Let me just see if I can get that adjusted. Maybe I'll make this smaller, and then I can see my notes here. Thanks for that, Lisa. So yeah, my childhood trip with my family enabled me to see a lot more of the continent where I grew up. Australia is a very large continent, and many Australians live in one place and they don't get to see the entire country. It's rather like Africa in the sense that it's made up of many different cultures and territories, and many people are not aware that Australia has about 550 different indigenous cultures which had their own languages prior to colonization in the 1780s. I studied architecture in a West Australian university, Curtin University, and I was part of a group of locally born people, and there was the beginning of international students coming to visit at Curtin University. Later, when I taught at Curtin University, I began to come into more contact with African students from Botswana. I don't believe there were any from Rwanda at the time, but I came into contact with them primarily through teaching in Australia and in Malaysia. Anyway, when I studied at Curtin University in my final year, a dozen of us students took a 2-week Eurail tour of Europe, an architecture tour, in order to see all the projects that we had heard about, the Hans Hollein, the various Austrian architects, British architecture, and that awakened my interest in European architecture, which had been the predominant architecture in our course. Also, after I studied architecture at Curtin, I worked somewhat in the bush of Western Australia, in the Yamaji country in central Western Australia, where I got to know more about the indigenous life of people in Western Australia beyond my own region of the Noongar people in southwestern Australia. I went from working in Western Australia to working in Graz, Austria, and I remained there for 3 years in Austria in Europe. And as Lisa mentioned earlier, I learned the German language in order to work in Austria. Let me just go to the next one. I had then been teaching in my own alma mater, Curtin University, and also teaching at Malaysia, Lim Kok Wing University of Technology, where I met some of my colleagues, such as Tebi Modesakape, who is a Gaborone-based architect, and I was introduced to Rwanda through Teboho in Botswana. I also learned more about my native Noongar language of southwestern Australia during the time that I had returned to Australia after working in Austria. So I realized after learning foreign language, German, that I hadn't learned the native language of the country where I was born. And I went on to work with Yamaji people in the Wangatha Wanganara community in Central Australia. And then, as Lisa mentioned, I wrote my master's degree in a dissertation called Nomadology in Architecture, where I studied nomadic architectural design in Australia and internationally. And I developed more of a connection between ethno-architecture and what we would call Western or British architectural traditions. Okay. I went to London in 2003 on a sabbatical, and then I began to migrate to Europe. As an Australian, it took about 10 years to settle in Europe, and I studied community development with Oxfam Community Aid Abroad and the University of Queensland on a fieldwork tour in India. I took a rail tour of informal settlements all over India, and I learned more about what makes people build their communities in different parts of India, different languages, different types of food, different types of building traditions. And I was later able to use some of the skills I had learned to help the architecture students develop similar skills at RIBA education, in the same way that Rwandan ladies of architecture have just been saying they're doing with the Rwandan students developing international development skills. In 2007, I took an international development placement with an agency called Voluntary Service Overseas, similar to GIZ that was mentioned by Mass earlier. That's the Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit. The VSO is a British and international agency which works in developing countries. And in Ulaanbaatar, as Lisa said correctly, I helped to build capacity of architectural educators. I also worked on some projects while I was in Ulaanbaatar, including an accessible bathhouse with a gendered centre for sustainable development. And that was an experience which enabled me to understand the development challenges and disability design, accessibility design issues in Ulaanbaatar, which is a modern developing city, rapidly developing city in Central Asia. But the role as an architect teacher trainer in Ulaanbaatar gave me a new perspective on the role of an architectural educator on this planet. And it was a great experience for intercultural and interlinguistic challenge. For example, I worked with Nixon Kakiri, a Kenyan disability activist who had studied deaf education in the United States at Gallaudet University, and he was using development to build capacity in Mongolian deaf communities for deaf tourism in Mongolia, and also building awareness of Mongolian Sign Language. And I've been working with him since I was in Mongolia to develop awareness of Kenyan Sign Language and to try to increase access for people to use Kenyan Sign Language in Kenya and internationally. So the issue of mainstreaming disability and making thinking about disability in development work was a big lesson for me during my work in Mongolia, and also it made me much more aware of deaf tourism and disabled tourism in developing countries. So after Ulaanbaatar, I returned to work in London and also Vienna and Frankfurt, and I worked on some accessible designs, including an accessible apartment in Coventry, before I continued with my doctoral studies on street design. And I did 6 years of detailed research on the urban areas in King's Cross, central London, and Bahnhofsviertel, the railway station quarter of central Frankfurt. And then some years after completing that doctorate, I'm still teaching at universities. I lived in a very simple way on a canal boat, and I continued to supervise and support research in different forms of architecture, including gender segregation in Saudi architecture and a number of other entrepreneurial related development projects. But I found that last year with the pandemic, I had paused and wanted to find a new role in my career. And that's when I began to develop my life coaching business. I investigated the corporate coaching training options, such as the Institute for Leadership and Management, ILM 7. And I decided on a coaching course with Animas, which is a coaching school based in Europe, in Germany and in the UK, but which is also very international in its outlook. And I was inspired by the international connections that I made through the coaching course, which was conducted entirely online using Zoom. And I was able to have very in-depth conversations with other coaches about our own personal transformations, to the point where I felt there was really a possibility to coach online and to connect with people in a deep way online, despite linguistic barriers, despite technological barriers, despite developmental barriers. I was excited by the potential to share my experience, having now amassed about 30 years of architectural education experience. I was excited by the potential to be able to share that through the online medium and to do that internationally. And so I've been building that over the last year, working with people in the US, some people in Germany, Austria, Switzerland, and the UK, and to a limited extent in Africa and Australia as well, where I originally come from. Right.
Gregory, I would like to remind
So
you...
I mainly use the media of Zoom and Instagram and LinkedIn,
Gregory?
like I'm doing today, but it tends to be a conversational format rather than a lecture format.
Gregory, I would like to remind you that you have 25-30 minutes. Thank you. Could you please get to the presentation, because we've given the biography. Thank you.
Okay, sure. So this is the framework that I use in my coaching, which is made of a motivation framework and an orientation framework. And I would invite you to have a look at this in more detail on my Instagram. So just to take you through it, these are the 6 techniques on the left-hand side that we use for coaching, the different educational foundations of psychological and psychoeducational basis for coaching, using active listening, using cognitive therapies, using transactional analysis, and the paradigms of coaching, as well as the neurolinguistic form of coaching, which we call positive intelligence. And then on the right-hand side, these are the main human needs which all humans connect with, whether they're architects or anyone else. They need to have significance in their job and in their personal life. They need uncertainty and certainty in different degrees. They need connection. They need to grow, and they need to have a sense of contributing to their society. So finally, I would like to show you a short video about my coaching program, and then also direct you to a course which I have designed, which is suitable for architects or related professionals in Rwanda, and I've designed it as a 24-week program, but it can be adapted for one-to-one or small group coaching. So let me just go to the video. I will just call it up on here. How do I get it to? I might have to open a new window and change my share bit.ly to just a second. I'm just going to share this YouTube link on the screen, just a minute. I have an ad coming, I think. And I'll just check if you can hear the sound for this.
Yes, we can hear
Stop
it.
share and share screen.
We can hear it.
Can you hear the sound for the video? The architect's coach is making a space for... Is the sound coming through okay?
Yes, we had it. Well, it's coming through.
Okay, let me just adjust the resolution to make it less blurry. And put it on 1000. There we go. Diverse and changing careers of architects in 2021. I'm Gregory Cowan. I've been working in architecture and urban education for about 30 years across several countries, and I would like to help architects be the best architects they can be in their careers and their personal lives. It's very interesting times for architecture, not just in London but around the world, and I'm proposing a...
The sound is now off. The sound is off now.
Sound is off. Right, I have to go to settings and share sound, I think. Try this. Architects who want to... Can you hear it now? Reorient their futures in the... Can you hear?
Yes, it's on now.
Okay, I'll just go back. In their careers and their personal lives. It's very interesting times for architecture, not just in London but around the world, and I'm proposing an ambitious scheme for 6 to 8 architects who want to reorient their futures in the profession. I am designing a new coaching program for architects called the Architects Coach. It will be a 6-month intensive program and will recalibrate architects' practices. We will use face-to-face and online, one-to-one and peer coaching. I propose a radical 6-month program for 6 to 8 architects who are either in their early, mid or late careers who wish to recalibrate their practices and reconsider their futures in the architecture field. The city of London, like many cities around the world, has been changed in this last year, and we will use coaching face-to-face and online, peer-to-peer and one-to-one, transformational coaching and performance coaching to recalibrate architecture practice. I will be coordinating meetings, meals, field work and design esquisses to approach architecture, practice and career. I will also be in the future planning to extend this model internationally. I'm working with a group in Gaborone, Botswana, a group in Perth, Australia, and a group in Copenhagen, Denmark. And I'm looking for partners in Vienna, Austria, Frankfurt, Germany, and Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, where I have previously lived in each case. And I will be extending this 6-month intensive coaching program for architects who want to recalibrate their practice and approach the future with new vigor. I'm looking forward to meeting you, and I invite you to connect. I'm Gregory Cowan.
Okay.
Hey, in this video, we're going to share with you how to construct a presentation, specifically a presentation if you're a business owner.
Thank you, Gregory. If that's all, we would like to continue with the rest of the session. We have your presentation. I think we'll share it with the rest of the members. I would like to remind everybody that we have our question and answers after our presentations, so please hold on to them. We're sorry for the little difficulties and technology we had. I would like to take 5 minutes of a break in preparing the next presentation, so please give us those few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Please don't leave. It's only a few minutes as we set up the next presentation. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being patient. Our next presenter is Proeco. The Proeco program. Before I give a little bit of about their background, I'd like to highlight that we'll be taking again questions and answers after our presentations. Please make sure you write them so you don't forget. As well, I'd like to highlight that this is basically a training-focused day, and we continue to explore different ways and methods of practice delivered. So about Proeco program, Proeco stands for Promoting Climate Responsive Building Material Production and Off-Farm Employment in the Great Lakes region. I would like to highlight that you have very few minutes, 15 max. Please respect. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Mugenzi. Quickly would like to take you through the Proeco projects, which this presentation will be followed by the CPD on rock-borne technology. The next slide. Basically, the Proeco project is a Swiss government project in partnership or cooperation with the Rwandan government. And the Swiss has been partnering with Rwanda for a long time. Basically, a tangible example, it's a River factory was established in partnership with the Switzerland. As I've been mentioning, Proeco project it's a project of the Swiss government, STC, Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, which is being implemented by SCAT. SCAT is a Switzerland agency, which is specialized in development projects as well as the training. And in terms of the direct partnership during the implementation, there's Ministry of Infrastructure, which is directly deals with the Swiss embassy. Then to the implementation level, we have SCAT and Rwanda Housing Authority. The main objective of this project is to create off-farm employment and improve working condition, in the building material sector while minimizing the impact of the environments. Specifically, there is a trade deficit in the building material, and this one, actually, the project is tackling to see how this one can be reduced. Made in Rwanda, emphasis on made in Rwanda, particularly in the construction industry, and then at the end of the day, housing solution, affordable housing solution. The project exists since 2012, and it was designed to be in 3 phases. The first phase of the project was running straight from 2012 to 2016, and it was more focusing on the research and putting together different technologies, pieces, such that it can prepare the second phase, which was more on the testing and the preparation for the scale, the mass scale. Then the last phase, which is more on transfer of the competences and the sustainability, building the sustainability in the urbanization. And it's here from 2021 up to 2024. As I've been mentioning, the phase 1 was more on the research, development, both in the construction and the material. Those are, as you can see, those are different techniques which are in, most of them, they are not in Rwanda. For example, Adobe material, it's something which is existing. And then coming to compressed depth blocks techniques, it's also not new. But what was found to be new and transferred, it's rather this one, reinforced cement concrete roll-lock bond. As I already mentioned, was not only in the construction techniques, we also focus in the production of the material, because you can't achieve sustainability as well as the affordability if there is no local material. Then the phase 2 was on the proof of concept of different techniques identified along with the first phase, both in the construction and the production. This one, it's a semi-industrial production units of the bricks. Actually, everybody would ask themselves why actually we are focusing on the bricks. Simply, Rwanda is really rich in raw material, and this raw material has to get value to build the cities along of the country. The focus was not only on very formal industry. Also, we come up with a solution which we are normally considering it as an in situ brick production, where you produce the bricks and feed the sites. Not only that, the awareness needed to be created. That's why the brick info point was constructed in the different corners of the country. And the aim of those structure was to disseminate, inform, as well as avail the information, not only in Kigali, also to the other corners of the country. We also did some evaluation. What does it mean actually? What you are doing in the country, what does it mean in terms of the climate? Then in the last phase, which starts from 2021 up to 2024, will be is more focusing on supported sustainable urbanization, the facilitation of the industry, and then skills transfer. But the main goal or the main objective is to create decent work. I will be highlighting some of the examples on which points on which objective of the last phase. We have supporting the urbanization. We have a project in which we are doing with the city of Kigali. I hope we get a chance to visit these projects. And then this actually the difference with these projects, it's an inclusive it's a local community inclusive projects. It's exactly, this was the site, and then it will be transformed in this one. The first block is already there, and today its inauguration took place. We are following the entire set of planning with the main focus of inclusiveness of the population, the local population over there. This is the site. And then at the end of the day, we are looking to achieve the densification. Then you can't be able to achieve the housing if there's no strong and solid industry. The projects focused on the industry for the last 2 phases, but you find the industries that are scattered in the countries. Then for the current one, for the current phase, we are looking to see how we can facilitate the promotion of the clustering of the industries such that the volume of the materials required will be really produced. This will go hand in hand with skills transfer, because normally a sustainability of the project or a new thing, a new technology can't be achieved if there is no skilled populations. Therefore, we are partnering with different institutions, including, and we are training of trainers, collaboration with the social partners and the professionals association, partnering with the public institution, education mainly, and then to make sure that the skills which were really generated remains in this country. One of the partnership already developed it with the institution of architects, and with the institution of the architect, we will be more focusing on CPD delivering, speedy trainer delivering, capacity building. Thank you very much. This was my presentation. I would like quickly to invite my colleague, Madame Fatou, to deliver the CPD on Rorok Pond technology.
Afternoon, everybody. So, I have the pleasure of being here to give you some background on the technical stuff for SCAT. I no longer work for SCAT, for those, but I did for 5 years, and I'm actually really happy to be here today because 5 years ago I presented a catalog, I don't know if anybody was there at that time, of the possibilities of what Rollock bond construction can do. And now today Samuel was able to present you some of the stuff that we actually they actually managed to do in the last 5 years. So, if we can put up my very heavy, cumbersome presentation. So, we'll do a CPT training today that's very, this is light technical, but if you want more technical, I have a whole bunch of hidden slides at the end. Keep track of my time. Okay, so CPD is usually continuing professional development. It's important for all of us architects to make sure that our skills are up to date. But today, CPD will mean, oh, I can change it. CPD will mean, the proportions are going to be off on all the slides. Ooh, okay. Anyway, CPD, we're going to go through construction, planning, and demonstration. How to build using the technology that I'm going to show you, so the construction part. How to plan to be able to get some of the projects that Samuel showed you. What was the thinking behind it from an architecture and planning perspective. And then some demonstrations. Since we did what we did, what happened? And what did we learn? And how can those learnings from the project be shared from SCAT to all of you in their final phase, which is a phasing out and skills transfer phase. So CPD today, or at least for my little time with you, is construction, planning, and demonstration. So let us start. First module, construction. For someone who really likes graphics, I'm going to apologize in advance that everything is going to be smushed, but that's okay. We'll start with my disclaimer. And the disclaimer is all building materials are interesting. All building materials have their value, whether they be AAC or volcanic rock or stone or light gauge steel. This is a bad rukarakara, but all of those things have value. As Samuel explained, however, what the task is of the Proeco project, of the Swiss Embassy and SCAT, is to really understand which ones are suitable for what in our context. Okay, thank you. I'm not allowed to touch the slides, which is one of my bad habits. So all of these materials have value. But today we're specifically going to focus on brick, as Samuel told you, because brick has, there's a lot of clay here in the region, and that clay is of great quality. And so why not use it to create local jobs and build materials? One of the other things that, and I'll start just briefly with this, one of the other things that SCAT and the Proeco project does is monitor the price of materials. And I know you actually can't read this, and I don't mind that in this case, is because these are all building materials that they monitor on a monthly basis to really understand the cost and the fluctuations that are happening. And so what I'm showing you here is a screenshot from before our pandemic, right, in January 2020, and all the way up to October 2021. And what we can see is, of course, during the pandemic, which hit in April, a lot of the borders shut down, so a lot of materials were not able to come in. But what that also meant is that things really haven't stabilized since. So if green is the least expensive, yellow is a little bit more expensive, and red is the highest price, you can see that we're having an issue here in terms of price, right? All of you who are building and designing projects, you know that you have to start to control your quantities if you actually want to be able to address and deliver the affordable housing that's being asked of from all of us here. And so this really is the backbone of what SCAT and the project are trying to do, is to figure out how to develop solutions, design solutions that can exist within this context and still deliver at the price point that we need. So SCAT started to look at different walling materials. And this is the one we're going to talk about today, is the Roloc bond, the RCC reinforced Roloc bond wall. And it really is a function of looking at all the walls, looking at all the building material inputs, seeing that, you know, this one relies on a lot of cement and plaster. We saw the prices of cement go up quite a bit during this last period, and it continues to rise. Traditional bricks also requires quite a bit of cement mortar and concrete for columns, etc. So looking at this type of study and trying to understand how to make the best use of some technologies that might be able to optimize our building material usage here. And so SCAT came up with the idea with using this. Now, this is the Roloc bond, and if anybody knows it and sees it, you'll see that there's a unique pattern that's this cross pattern. So as you're driving around town, the minute you see this cross, you know you've seen a Roloc bond. And what that means also is that you're seeing a cavity wall. And that cavity wall has a lot of potential thermally, but also structurally. And that's what we're going to talk about today. So the Roloc bond is nothing that the Swiss or SCAT or invented. The Roloc bond has been around for a long time, specifically even before the Industrial Revolution. So this house here is from 1801. We can see our cross there. And we know that this is a cavity wall system. Similarly here in the Commonwealth, because once things happen in the UK, they get distributed rather quickly to all the rest of the Commonwealth countries. And so again, 1856 in Canada, we're seeing this roll-lock bond pattern. And the reason why it was first invented was for workers' housing in the Industrial Revolution. And so being able to have a wall that is cheaper, that uses building materials or minimizes the use of building materials is something that they were interested in even back then. And so it's particularly appropriate to us now where we're having issues of high cost of materials, and yet we're expected to deliver the affordable housing between 10 and 35 million. By the way, how many people here have successfully delivered a house between 10 and 35 million that you haven't built for yourself? No? Okay, so this question then that we're asking is worth, it has some merit. So the roll-up bond, actually even the Americans, like yours truly here, got in on the action in the 1950s. And this is a roll-lock bond that's 9 stories tall, which means it is a technology that is able to be adapted to different situations and different structural, you can adapt the structural system to be able to do different kinds of buildings. And this was also a low-cost housing building. Another one built in Nepal, similar thing, and this one was actually built by SCAT in Nepal, really trying to optimize the floor plan, optimize the interior circulation to do something extremely basic that can deliver at the right cost and making good use of materials. Now this is particularly interesting in Nepal because if anybody knows Nepal, they know that there are some earthquakes there. And this is also a high seismic region. So again, all of a sudden there's a parallel to think about why this is interesting for that context and why can it be interesting for ours. Again, what can you do structurally to this wall that you can't do to others that could help you respond to these issues of a few shakes and quakes? You can do fancy stuff with roll-lock bond. You can do curvy stuff with roll-lock bond. And SCAT did boxy stuff with roll-lock bond. And the boxy stuff has a reason. That boxy stuff is because that's how you can make sure that this is structurally sound. The first time I ever discussed this building in public, someone stood up and said, "You are being incredibly irresponsible, Fatu. Showing us a building with no columns, how dare you?" And I realized I forgot the slide that showed him all the internal structure. So today we're going to talk about all the internal structure, okay? So that I don't get that comment again, and you know that SCAT is doing good and responsible work by putting up buildings that are structurally sound. So, again, just to do a quick recap, here are our different walling systems. This is the one we're interested in. We're interested in it because it really minimizes our material inputs. This is kind of significant here, especially if our bag of cement has gone from 9,000 to 13,500 recently. Thinking like this becomes quite important. So even if you don't like the designs of SCAT, that's fine. It's not about the design, it's about the structural system that's being proposed, and then all of you architects should be able to take the structural system and make it beautiful and sexy and all of the other things that SCAT as a project does not need to do. Again, just reminding you, here are the prices of materials and the way that they're jumping. Here is cement also jumping during these sensitive times, so we need different solutions. So, oh no, the animation doesn't work. All right, that's okay. So within these buildings, these roll-lock bond buildings, secretly, and this is one that you'll visit if you go on the tour tomorrow, there's all this business inside. All of this is making sure that this building stands straight, that it resists seismic forces, and that it also can be a system that can allow a maximum number of people to live in there comfortably and at a good price. What's actually inside? So let's take a peek. So you've got your cavity wall here, and you essentially have 3 basic details. You can do roll-lock bond. If you master these details, this system is for you and easily deployable. So we're going to have some vertical reinforcement. And that vertical reinforcement, what it's doing is exploiting the cavity to be, and using the brick S formwork to actually pour a mini column, shall we say. But it's not so much a mini column as a stiffener, we shall call it. And when it's placed around a corner, it replaces your traditional column, right? So a column would be if I'm standing on 1 foot. But this which is then tied around the corner, is almost like a truss around the corner, and it's actually more resistant. And that's how my seismic or my shear forces and my lateral forces that specifically at the base of the building are getting the most push and pull, that's actually how that's resisting. Then if I have a particularly long wall, I'll put a couple more of these vertical reinforcements. And if I have a T, I can then put these 3 and I will tie together. And again, all the reinforcement details for this are available to you through SCAT and the project. And so please feel free to go ask if you want to see any of this. And so this vertical reinforcement is going from the building. It's tied into the ring beam and goes straight up. Then the second type of reinforcement is a horizontal reinforcement. About every 1.20 meters, there's almost a corset, right? Which holds and cinches the building together. And again, between the two systems, so you're gonna have your vertical, which I just showed you here, and then your horizontal reinforcement, which goes and ties the building together and also allows you to tie together these corner details. So all of a sudden you start to have this grid inside of the wall that is basically using the wall as formwork, but the wall is actually load bearing. So we're moving away from a typical column beam structure, right? Where all of your loads are point loads that are transferred to your beams and coming down to the ground to footings. No, in this situation, the wall is the load-bearing wall, which is why the quality of the brick matters so much, which is like why people like Samuel, who presented, who is a mechanical engineer, but specialized in brick making, that he is so important because we need a brick here that has at least 10 megapascals to be able to resist those loads. Okay? So the wall's load-bearing, it's bringing the loads from top to down, and then inside, to resist all the shear forces, are these tricky little reinforcement. Well, actually not tricky, sly reinforcement that fits into the wall. So again, you end up with this cage. Here's an example of these corner ties that every 60 centimeters, so every 60 rows of bricks, you will tie your corners. Here's your T reinforcement. Again, and one of the things that SCAT offers is training to masons and technicians about how to design these details. Again, for you architects, no problem. It's very simple, but to make sure that your masons and inspectors execute it and supervise it correctly on site. So again, here is an example of our reinforcement and then the ties that come. Everything here has been pre-calculated for you, pre-engineered for a building that goes up to G+2. Anything beyond that, we'll talk. But G+2, you're good. So since the walls, as I mentioned, are load-bearing, the animation doesn't work. Okay, since the walls are load-bearing, what it means is that the forces are being, or the loads, dead and live loads, are being carried down these walls, and anything you do here in the front or in the back is fair game. So design-wise, I could have a bay window. I could have just a curtain if I wanted to leave everything open. I could have a big commercial storefront. I could have a small door. Anything you want to do on this side because it's not carrying the majority of the loads, right? So really, it's these side long walls. So instead of I don't know if you know, we had called this house the Swiss Cube, but it's really a Swiss tunnel. Okay, so these are the walls that you can make as long as you want and then do anything within this opening. Roll-lock bond is very well adapted to this. If you want to do something fancier, that's fine. Then you would start to do a calculation to see whether or not it's the right technology for you. But for something simple and durable and possibly to assist in the densification that is being asked of us as architects working here in Kigali, this also might be of interest to you. I'm sorry, wait, this one's working. Oh yeah, so you can put a bird cage on your front. You can do anything you want and still have a building that's structurally stable. What this means then is because these are my load-bearing walls, I'm going to have my slabs obviously be carried on those walls. So I would put my slab system this way. Then when I start to design, it makes most sense if I'm going to have stairs in a storied building is to remove a portion, to remove one of the beams here, one of the floor joists, and have the stair go that way. Again, The objective is to do something that minimizes material consumption. It may not be beautiful, but it has to be smart. That's what we're looking for right now to tackle this affordable housing challenge, is smart use of materials and construction technologies. Also, what this means, which all of you of course will understand, is if you have this load-bearing wall, the first thing you want to do is not cut a big hole in that wall. Otherwise, you'll start to have to reinforce the lintel here, and then you lose all of the advantages of having this front being able to be completely open. So again, when you visit the SCAT houses tomorrow, or the Proeco houses, excuse me, just know that this is the logic of trying to optimize the materials and the construction techniques that we have available to, again, come up with the best cost house as possible. Which is why, if those of you who have visited PSF, you've seen the 8 million house, and it says 8 million on it because it cost 8,185,000 francs in 2017, August 28th, when we inaugurated it. The next day, the price was certainly different, but on that day, it was an 8 million house. And the reason is because we really limited or tried to streamline all of the decisions that we made. And so what it means then is if these walls can be as long as I want them to be, and I'm going to carry and they're going to carry the load of my slab, the only constraint that I have so far is my slab system, okay? And so when you start to think about MaxPan, those of you who have used Ruliba's beautiful MaxPan product, you know that there's a MaxPan of 12 and a MaxPan of 16, and those depend, the depth of those MaxPan depend again on the span. Same if you wanted to use a timber floor system for this. It's going to be about the available timber that you can get. 400 meters, that's readily available. 440, you can find it, but you have to chase it. So again, those are design decisions that you're going to make. Those are constraints that you need to understand of the system in order to make best use of it. You can, of course, use StrawTech floor, or you can use all different kinds of systems. But these were the two that we tried. Again, I'm so sorry about the formatting. I should have done a PDF. In any case, so here's the timber floor solution, and you can see what's really nice is that it actually fits right into the Rolock bond pattern. This repetitive cross pattern that we have, that bond, you can, this short one here is the Rolock. This is the shiner. You essentially cut the shiner and you can put your wood joist right in there. And it's quite beautiful. You put your T&Gs on there, you can varnish, you can paint. The difference between eucalyptus and pine, one is usually not really well dried, which means you might have some warping, and the other one, sometimes it's soft, so you don't want to wear your stilettos into the bedroom after a rockin' Saturday night. I have a really nice collection of stilettos, by the way. So you see here, the system immediately can slot right into the Rolock bond, 57 centimeters on center, and boom, 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 go right along the building. So that's the fourth thing you have to remember. I told you that there were 3 key architectural details that you have to remember about the reinforcement. The second one is where your slab system, or where your beams, how they connect into your load-bearing wall. Once you recall that, you can essentially just plug and play all throughout a building or a series of buildings. Looks like this here in cross-section. You, of course, need to remember that wood likes to keep behaving, especially if it's a little moist. So you want to make sure that you wrap it before you put it in the wall. But construction-wise, this is very interesting because I basically don't have to stop, right? I don't have to waste time waiting for my slab to cure or anything like that. I put the joists in and the mason can continue building the wall, which means that in terms of speed, this also is quite an interesting system. How am I doing on time? Okay, let me speed up. So MaxPan, we did MaxPan, or SCAT did MaxPan in 2 ways. One with a precast beam system. So by using formwork and casting directly on site, after 7 days you can actually take it out of the formwork, put the beam in place, put down your MaxPan, continue building, and then of course do your floor. That is not the way it is when you do in situ, is you'll have to wait 3, if not 4 weeks to have a floor that's completely cured. Again, these max pans, what you're all familiar with, I won't waste time there. These precast beams, also from SCAT and the project, the Proeco project, you can have access to this formwork, or at least you used to. I don't know if you changed your mind, but when I was there, that was the idea, was that you could, this would be available to the private sector. I'm being facetious, but the drawings and things about how to detail this properly to fit into the wall, all that is available through the project. You can either do the in situ version or the cast in place version. And SCAT recorded the cost and benefits of each one to be able to share that with the private sector. I'll go fast here. But what it means then, you know, once you do use a precast beam, you can of course plaster and make it beautiful. No one would know the difference. The main gain is in terms of time and the timber used, or that you don't use for all the scaffolding. The MaxPan, again, this is that precast beam, can fit directly into the roll-lock bond system, which is incredibly useful. Again, 57 on center, you can start to pop, and put your MaxPans directly in there. So speed really is of the essence. And again, there aren't very many details to master, which means on site, you should be able to inspect this. You should be able to roll it out at a good pace if you're well organized and your materials are available. I can go into this later, but essentially in one of those horizontal, we'll call them ring beams, but one of those internal reinforcement that goes all the way around, you can actually put weighting bars. And so these two rebars that are coming up, and then this beam can hook onto those, can hook directly on to those bars, and then when you pour the screed, when you pour your 4 centimeters over your MaxPan, you then seal that whole system together. So you seal the wall and the floor, and then of course you get a really good tight bond. The fantastic thing about this is you're able to, with the same wall, put different systems. So if I want to have MaxPan on one side, I can have MaxPan then coming into the, notching into the other side of the cavity. Or I can have timber on one side, MaxPan on the other side. You really can begin to vary. So here a photo of the precast concrete beam on one side, and then you see the wood wrapped in plastic coming on the other side. Same detail that you see here. And then you pour all that together, really tying your building. So all of this because of this cavity wall and this module that really is quite flexible and user-friendly. The other thing that the cavity can be used for, of course, is to be able to run your cable channels, which is fantastic. So no longer do you have, in rooms that you don't plan on plastering, you don't have these channel covers or cable covers outside of the wall. You can start all the way, when you start from the base, you should put in those cable channels and then essentially continue up all the way. I'm trying to go fast. That's all about the construction. Again, in this short time that we have, we won't go through all the details. But again, what this does is, since it really is a series of basic connections, the slab to wall connection, and then the few connections that are around the different corners of the building that allow you to deploy the roll-lock bond, which means that in this direction you can stretch as long as you want. The width you can stretch up to the tolerance of your different slab systems. You can also split the building, so you have one floor on the bottom, one floor on top. The reason that we explored going up is because if cement and roofing materials are our most expensive materials on the market, it becomes a lot cheaper to go up, to get skinny and go up, rather than have a landed building. So storied building is actually, in this context, one of the more efficient ways to build. The same thing is that you can start to use this system of stacking these volumes on top of one another, again, using the same system and using different types of floors to divide them. You can start to use the slope to your advantage, meaning I could have one entrance on the bottom and another entrance on the top. And then, of course, then my slope looks like this, so I don't do massive cut and fill, as we've seen many other places. I can actually begin to step down the hill lightly, which is cheaper and safer, and then notch my buildings around it. So The point is, essentially, is I can multiply my little Swiss cube box at the end, I can stack them on top of one another, and then I can assemble them into a creative building. And so we started with these cubes, which, again, everybody said, well, I don't want to live in a cube. And many people who came to the expo said, can I have a second window here? This, again, was all for demonstration to show that you can do one very, very easily and control your costs. So then if I skip quickly to the planning module, the P of our CPD, the question is, what thinking do I have to do to take it larger scale and to start to actually look at the city? On the left is the Kimisagara neighborhood, or Gitega actually, and on the right is a picture of the master plan. This is the new master plan, and they want us to build. They want us to get from here to here. Okay, and they said that that's our responsibility, and we're supposed to do it between 10 and 35 million, so everybody can have access to a house. But then you're still supposed to not work on nights and weekends. This is a big challenge. And so this is where, and actually when I did a quick little survey to see in R2 and in R3 zones, which are the zones designated for upgrading, and looked at all the plots in Kigali, there are 40,000 plots that don't meet, not even in terms of size, the typologies that are being proposed. Okay? And this is our problem, you guys, as architects. We have to come up with a solution to make sure that these people have appropriate housing solutions to be able to grow this city, meet the master plan. We all need to stay employed and have people buy houses, so we've got to be able to deliver them at the right price point. And so what it means is that somehow we need to get from this current situation to this, which is what the master plan is looking at. And our Rollock Bond cube system, which seemed pretty banal, can actually maybe help us get from 0 to 5, right? Because I know I can stack it, I know I can multiply it, I know I have very few details that I need to master. How can I mix that to be able to get what they're asking me for in the master plan? So as any good architect, we start with dreaming, right? And so we drew this comic strip, which I love this picture of Kigali. It's stormy, someone's house falls down, etc. She gets together with someone from city planning who says, why don't you merge your plots and make a new building? So we drew this and said, okay, we're going to upgrade an informal neighborhood. This is what this could possibly look like. And so, like any good architect, you have a dream, so why not build it? So we built it. And the idea was to use, again, that same system of that cube, of those reinforcements in the corner, except for this tower is a little different. That's for another CPD day. But how can we begin to stack and get all the cost efficiencies using the system that we know, which is a cavity wall with some reinforcement in it? And so after we built that, we were satisfied for about 2 minutes. And you see right here, there was a beautiful panoramic window, which I hope you can see yesterday. We sat there, and then that allowed us to look across and say, oh man, we have all this to do. Okay? So that's where the second part of the project is to figure out how to scale up. We did the first test was done using the technology, but again, as architects, how do we take that technology and turn it into something like this, which Samuel showed you and which you'll visit tomorrow. Okay, so we go back to our cartoon, which is where we get all of our inspiration, and realize that, okay, it's about meeting with the people, doing it through a participatory process, and figuring out how everybody can get at least what they had before, but better. Okay? And so the team from SCAT sat with people and discussed, this is your option, you can have this cube, this cube, this cube, this cube, and the people were able to agree. And because again, architects not very, we're playful, try to do it in Legos. This is the situation we have now. If we start to densify that situation, oh my gosh, we have a whole bunch of free land. Can that land be sold to be able to finance what's happening in the middle? So I could possibly have some commercial here, and then it becomes a planning exercise, which we as architects really are responsible for thinking about how our construction systems actually have a reality and a vision and a language and a logic at the scale of the city. And so we take our plot, I'm hurrying up. This is where, we might need some fire access when you're doing a new neighborhood. This is the old building here, project. And then this was the whole big zone. And so what happens is if you start to take this zone and think about how to apply our cube system to it, we can maybe have some commercial down here, some residential down here where all of the people are currently living. So again, stacking and using this seismically high performance technology to be able to redo this neighborhood. And so this is what SCAT is now, with the funding from the Swiss and the city of Kigali, mostly the city of Kigali for this part, are figuring out how to redevelop and build this using the system. So you'll see all that tomorrow. But again, the system allows, and this is a Rubik's Cube for those of you who play, the system allows you to break down what all the people had. So this is the existing plot configuration. Who had what, who had rental units, who had a store, who had, etc. To figure out all their previous or existing, what's the word I'm looking for? Yes, I guess their existing situation. And then how do we start to, again, using the rules of the technology. So I know my slab can be this wide. I know my wall can go this tall. All those properties, all those structural properties, how can we begin to take everybody's choices and put them together into one building? And it's possible. And again, that's where we go back to our technology. Remember, we have our slab system that allows us to do MaxPan on one side, which of course is acoustically, it makes an acoustic divider, so I can have that when I'm have different buildings next to one another. And then I also, on the other side, could have my timber, which is cheaper, but maybe within the same house, acoustics aren't such a problem, so I can actually use this technology. So the whole time that SCAT was trying to negotiate this, they're also negotiating the technology and what the technology can do. Okay? And if there's anything that you take away from today besides 4 details and a load-bearing wall, it's that it's how you apply these construction and architectural systems that will really help you figure out what you need to do at a larger scale. And so now they have this. Congrats, SCAT, Proeco, inaugurated today. You'll go visit it tomorrow. Good job, guys. So 5 years from a catalog of ideas to this building and the other building, I think that's not bad. The second thing is that Proeco is also working in, and SCAT is also working in Bukavu. So again, a similar context of needing to be upgraded, small shops, people need to preserve this. This is how they make money. The real house is in the back. How do you use this logic to actually think about, how do I put my Swiss tunnel in this situation, calculate it so that the income generation of these homes is the same as it was before, but the system gets placed into a context that maybe sometimes is a little challenging. In Bukavu, where land is incredibly expensive, made a smaller floor plate and then went taller. So this is 3 stories, and instead of having a garden outside like they do here in Rwanda, this was possibly, I think one of our proudest moments was the rooftop terrace that allowed you to see all of Bukavu. So all of a sudden you can start to think, even in this really basic system, how to take green spaces and all those other things that architects love and want to make sure that we have a place for in a crowded, busy city with high land prices, and actually think about how to put that on the top of your home. So, and I will end on a demonstration, the D. So showing you this was what the project was able to do using this technology, which is these 3 things, and then the big ones you'll hopefully visit tomorrow. But since the technology was first introduced, and since that house at PSF was put there on August 28th, 2017, all of these projects have multiplied across the region, and this is even a year old. There are over 2,000 copycat units using this technology throughout the city, and it's quite fun to drive around and take a picture. Once you see that cross in the bond, you know that that's the Rolluck bond. Ruliba now makes it, everybody's using it. Some of the IDP model villages are using it because it is an efficient way to use, to minimize the consumption of expensive materials. This is an example also, just to let you know, done with white bricks, which are absolutely beautiful. This is in Kachiru. It's This one has a slightly different structural system, which, as I say, is a little bit more complicated, but we can go through another time. This is what the house looks like. Again, stacking up the hill. Interiors, beautiful. This is the interior in Bukavu. This is in Kanombe. Still the same basic roll-lock bond system that SCAT was using, but you can actually start to decorate it. That front facade that I told you that was flexible, this is what happens when, as an architect, you take a position about what that opening should be like. And again, the same system of the load-bearing walls on the side, et cetera, and has a totally different look. Another version, which is actually quite interesting, and I will end on this one, because this was actually a copycat of one of the buildings that we did. And that really allowed us to do a comparison with cost. The tests, the test that SCAT was doing in terms of should you pour in situ, should you do precast max pan, should you plaster, should you not, since they did 8 units here, and we did 8 units at the other project, it really allowed us to see what the difference is in cost. And luckily, the owner of this building has shared all the costs with us so that we can actually do that proof of concept. And so we'll compare this building, which was our first 8, with theirs. And so when you make a choice of putting no plaster and no tiles in the kitchen or a bathroom, what is actually the difference? Oh my God. Okay, let me remember. It's, this one was about the tile. The tile used we had no tile in this building. The tile used for these 8 units was 14.4 million. And that 14.4 million was 21.4% of all the building material costs. So again, the decisions we make are important, all right? So this is totally appropriate, and this is for some markets and some contexts. But just understand that there was a reason why this was thought that way, and what the difference actually makes. And as a designer, you know, you make decisions. When do you introduce this? When do you not? And I think you can do both things in one building. Again, the cost in the SCAT building that you will see tomorrow, mostly it's triplex dividers, which people were very upset about for privacy, but hey, such is life. These walls in here are plastered. And again, the difference in material, in plaster, the budget for these 8 units was 16 million on plaster alone for interior. So I've got my tile at 14.4 million. I've got 16 million now for my plaster. That's 30 million divided over 8 units. You do the math. We're talking about 4 or 5 million. And the city and the government and the ministerial instructions are telling us to stay between 10 and 35 million. So a dumb wall with 3 details and no plaster is starting to maybe have its place somewhere in the housing market. Not saying at all it should be the only thing there, but technologies do matter, and how you deploy those technologies as architects is an architectural statement, but also a statement about the context that we're living in, the clients that we're serving, et cetera. I'm almost done, these, don't worry. The other thing that there was a big difference is that they poured all of their max pans in situ, and the cost of timber was a significant amount of their budget. It was over 20% of their budget was just buying the timber to hold up the floor during the pour. Some of that can be recycled and used for the hidden roof structure, but still, it was a large amount of money. So again, all of those choices about how you make things, as well as what you make, really have an impact on what we're doing. And so that's essentially to say that sometimes you can go from a concept. Would have loved to have had no beams, no columns. That was no columns here, but that was never going to happen. Which is why you have this. Sometimes awakening, but in other aspects, it also certain things. And this microphone is going out. And this now today is what SCAT has. So this one here is the first one. This is the second one that, again, congratulations, got inaugurated today. Or that will be coming up. Again, using all these tools from thinking about a wall system that we thought would actually be an urban transformation mechanism. Good, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Poeko and Scott. Our next presenter is online, and we have formal presentation, but I'm gonna ask everybody to cut it short to 15 minutes. Some of our presentations, which is actually trainings, are supposed to be 1 hour. They're gonna have to cut it to 15 minutes so we can stay on time. Thank you. And yes, please prepare questions, and before you leave, we're gonna have to take a picture of all the attendees of the morning, please, if possible. All right, thank you.
Please, can you disable, allow me to share my screen? Please. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. I'll do this short.
Hi there. Hi. Hi. Could you please allow me to...
I think we have Emmanuel, who's supposed to be presenting before...
Ah, not
yes.
me. Okay.
A few minutes, 15 minutes. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Emmanuel, can you hear us? Okay. If
Yes, I
Emmanuel,
can.
okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Are you ready? Would you like to share your screen? I'm giving you access.
Yes, please. Just give me a minute. Right. Share my screen, share it away. Could you please just allow me to share my screen again?
Yes, in a few seconds.
Okay. Yeah. Can you all see my screen?
And we can see your screen.
Perfect. Just let me know when I need to start. I'm on standby.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
We can see your screen right now.
Yeah.
You're welcome to start, and we can hear you very well.
Yes. This technology. I'm gonna just have to stop my video. Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to the Rwandan Institute of Architects for giving Autodesk this opportunity to speak with you all today. I would also like to recognize the presence of my colleague, Brenda Livoy, who is the Autodesk Business Development Manager for Rwanda and Uganda, who's also with me, although virtually.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brenda. I'm the business development manager working with Emmanuel. So I look after the region. Thank you so much, Emmanuel.
Thanks. All right. So I'd like to, I know that I do have a very small time slot to talk to you today about Autodesk BIM technology and its value to design and construction professionals. We're going to talk about, really a conversation about business outcomes and why we really need to change our conversation really to not just focus on capabilities and workflows, but just tie them back to your day-to-day business operations as architects. We're also going to talk about specific or not really all of the BIM technologies for that we do have within our portfolio. I'm going to touch on specific capabilities and workflows for architects, and engineers, contractors, more to do with collaboration, a little bit about cost estimation. Talk about also some customer success, user case examples, which I specifically thought I would bring this up for you, and then discuss some call to action, and then maybe at the end, because we might not really stay around in this session. If you have any questions, we can also follow up later on. So so my name is Emmanuel Maenda. I've been with Autodesk now since 2019, with a background in the civil and structural engineering for right about 10 years. Before joining Autodesk, I've had unique opportunities to work with across many roles and personas in the design and construction industry, spanning in projects in around East Africa, Kenya and East Africa, in different roles as a mechanical engineer, mechanical piping designer. Also had a brief stint as a technical solutions representative for working with channel partners in Kenya and Uganda. Before joining Autodesk, I was also involved in quite a large project that is currently in progress right here in Nairobi. And I also do have quite a lot of experience and quite a lot of projects in around East Africa. You can also look me up on LinkedIn as well. The name is as shown on your screen. So for those of you who do not know Autodesk, whether it's the car that you're driving, the building that you're living, that you're actually working in, the movie the blockbuster movies that you watch, or probably the most notable projects that have been done around the world. Autodesk technologies have been used by many innovators around the world to design and shape a better world. We also do believe that we really need to make a better world in the places where we work, the place where we live, and the places where we play. And so in the AEC industry, we cover like 3 main areas: buildings, transportation, as well as water. But I'm not really going to talk about really everything else and where we really touch on. I'm just going to focus on basically on the buildings side of it. We've been really talking about digital transformation for quite a long time, and over the past 40 years, as an industry, we led the revolution in the computer-aided design by producing the very first CAD platform, which is commonly used with all of pretty much all of you across in the industry that you work with and also around the world, which is AutoCAD. We also went ahead and introduction of Revit and this whole idea about building information modeling. And just around 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago, we invested heavily in providing the construction industry with groundbreaking cloud technologies and allowing our AC professionals to collaborate better and connect the workforce, connecting the field workers, enabling that very tight integration between design and field operations. But we're also not stopping there. We're also thinking about the future, and our future also as a platform-based company. Leveraging, we're really thinking about how we can use things such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, and using these technologies even through our recent acquisitions to empower our architects and engineers to do much better. So all through these years, yes, we've been really been driven by quite a lot of factors such as with the thing about COVID, mandates of BIM around the world, and evolving requirements of building owners to drive better design and construction outcomes. While we are also talking about our owners, there are different types of owners. You have industrial, building owners, every type of owner, and all of these owners are really being driven. Their decisions are really being driven by the trends that are happening in the industry, increasing of globalization, urbanization, COVID also, as well as climate change is also driving use for better sustainable methods of design and construction. But you also cannot ignore the fact that the industry itself is being driven by technology. Our clients are pushing for more projects, complex projects that need to be delivered in the most convenient and less less expensive kind of way. There's obviously the increasing labor shortages because of all the automation that's been happening in the construction industry, and a lot of what we see in the industry right now is driving towards consolidation, diversification of services, and the emerging new technologies, and really shaping the way architects and engineers are now working. And we've had quite a lot of conversations with quite a lot of users around the world, and the stories about how digital transformation over the last 2 years has really been driven by quite a lot of our because of COVID. The future of work has really changed, even so permanently. So as much as we are also part of this event, we really would have wanted to participate even so physically. But we've also changed the way we engage with our users, and driving this conversation to try and find out, just changing from not just a vendor, but a strategic partner in your day-to-day, everyday running of your business. And helping us by working with you closely to understand your organization's members' objectives, and identifying key areas where we can support as Autodesk. And which is why the investment of Autodesk also in Africa, and the staffing and the empowerment of our partners is just one of the few things that we are, Autodesk is also doing to help bring ourselves closer to our customers. But even in the conversations that we have with you and many of like-minded professionals in the industry, there's been a growing, the conversations have always been centered on those three things: increasing revenue, reduction of costs, and risk minimization, and a move towards compliance. Which is why we really need to change our conversation also with you to be more or less like an outcomes-based conversation. So by outcomes, these are really tangible business results that you can realize with our technology. In the industry, in the years that we've been operating, and with the many stakeholders that we've been engaging, a lot of the conversations have been about more on value drivers and outcomes. If it is a value driver like winning business, increasing quality, reduction of cost, improved schedule, and outcomes such as improving cost control, or improving your win rate, or even increasing sustainability. And we see quite a lot of this strength amongst yourselves as market leaders. By so doing, changing our conversation with you to be an outcome-based conversation, we realize that we deliver the best outcomes, unlocking the potential of Autodesk technology. By this, we work together with you to develop workflows, develop capabilities, and in the long term, we create a plan and delivering a plan that captures the value of the return of investment with the technologies and the workflows that you currently have. So for you as architects, engineers, generally building design professionals, normally the business outcomes could be for, you'd be for improving your client satisfaction, maybe improving your team collaboration, better coordination, reduction of material usage, or even things to do with design considering environmental impact. These are the kinds of business outcomes that you can actually look at and see how best or which would be the best in class workflow or technology that you can also employ in your organization. This helps us and helps you to identify where you are in your journey to digital transformation and what technologies you really need to have. By so doing, we really want to also work with you also to tie you back with specific capabilities, which are a combination of the skills and the tools that you really need to achieve that critical business process. If it is better handover, quality management, document management, or even things very simple things such as model costing, cost estimation, or document management. All these, with our decades of experience, this really helped us understand which technologies and processes that have the best impact on your firm's bottom line. But it's also important to underscore the fact that none of these can, your company can, with all these things that are happening in the world today, and the changes that are happening, and the increased competition, the increasing use of BIM mandates. The underlying factor here is that we have to make sure that we employ building information modeling. And it's not just working with just a model that is three-dimensional with X, Y, Z, but it's the data that is in that three-dimensional model that helps you to unlock better insights of, predictive insights of better design, construction, and also operational outcomes. For architects and engineers and contractors who have employed BIM, they have realized that it really helps their teams to unleash their best talents, unlocking the insight, not just with the company within the organization that you work with, but also working with across the different project stakeholders. And with BIM, you'll be able to have better solutions to help you mitigate some of the complex everyday challenges that are happening, that normally occur in a typical process. We also did conduct a research 6 years ago, I'd say 7 years ago, on a survey with some of our top, many of our customers who employed building information modeling. And I also want to say that there is also a recent report that we sorry, is there someone who is? Yeah. Can you see my screen? All right. Yeah, so there are plenty of benefits that they reported with and the unlocking the business benefits of BIM. The host is muting me. Okay. All right. Okay, so you can see the benefits of BIM. A lot of which the stats that came in were they had better understanding of the project outcomes, better optimized designs, fewer errors, improved schedules, and a greater cost predictability. So I will talk about outcomes and the business value of business benefit and operational benefits for BIM for.
All right. So we're running short on time. I would like to welcome EAGI, who's our general sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the great opportunity. Appreciation for everything that have been happening here. We are East African Granite Industries, a company that is manufacturing local stone, where we are getting the local tiles from the normal stones here in Rwanda. The reason why we're going to go through this short presentation. The background of us, we are located in Nyagatare, not very far, is almost 170 kilometers from Kigali, with some distributors here in Kigali and the upcountry. So we have been registered in 2009, then we started operating in 2012, which is long ago, fully Rwandan-owned company, processing 100% made in Rwanda product. AGI have different quarries, where we are getting different colors of the granite tiles. Taraka, Nyagatare is where we have the main quarry, where we are getting 3 colors, gray, pink, and black, where we are using them in flooring, kitchen tops, wall cladding, and many other according to the client requirements or what you want to use it. So we have another quarry in Kabeza, which is in the Gatsibo district, where we are getting another kind of color within another quarry, which is in Kirehe, Mahama, where we are getting another color we call Freedom White. Not only that, we have the production stages or the machinery and technologies that we use, where we are starting from the quarry or the mining with the drifter machine. Then we take those blocks to the block cutting. We slice them in different pieces. Then we, from the block cutting to the polishing machine, where we polish the tiles or the stones until to the end of the product. Then the final stage is the customization, where we can customize the tile in your size requested. So this is the quarry of us, which is in Nyagatare, where we are mining the blocks of the sizes 310 centimeter by 100 with the 85 centimeter. It's a big block where we can get any big slab. The weight is that one, with daily minimum capacity of 10 to 12 blocks. So we always have the block cutting, which is Chinese. It's a line 1 of our machines, our technology we use. This is the Chinese technology that you have been using recently, which is still operating, but you have another new technology integrated, which is the Italian technology we use in East African Granite Industries. So this is the line 2. Line 2 is polishing slabs of maximum of that size, 85 centimeter width. The length is unlimited. We can polish any slabs of that width. Then the length, we are not limited as per the size of the machine. So there we have a daily capacity of 200 square meters per day. This is another line 2, which is make block cutters, where we used to cut the blocks, 2 blocks cutters that produce and polish slabs of that sizes. We have the capacity of cutting 250 square meters per day with that machine only. We have another line, which is the Italian CMYK calibration and polishing customization line. Here, the line is full of process calibration. We are able to cut a maximum size of 60 centimeter when the length is always unlimited. On this machine, we have a daily polishing capacity of 250 square meter per day. So this is another Pedrin multiwire. This is Italian technology, where we take the blocks, big blocks, to the machine. We slice them into different slabs. Here we have the capacity of cutting between 500 and 600 square meters per day. This is a advanced technology from Italian, which is different from the Chinese technology that is using the disc to cut. Here we are using the wires to cut. So this is another Pedrini polishing, Italian line, which is the line 3. The machine is polishing. So our normal tiles, the tiles that we are using, I can say that is 100% green. There is no chemical added. So we take the blocks, we cut them, we polish only with the machine, then we get a smooth surfaces without any other additional chemicals or anything addition. So the Pedrini polishing is able to polish between 105 up to 180 square meter per day. So it's a big quantity so that it cannot fail to supply within this machine. The Chinese bridge saw is an old technology, but we're still keeping it for some customization. So this is a semi-automatic machine we are using. We are able to cut a maximum size of 200 centimeter length and 300 centimeter width. The capacity per day is 400 square meters per day. So within environmental systems or the rules and regulations, you have the water treatment system where we are getting the water in the local area. But as our technology we are using requires a huge quantity of water, we are do the recycling. So the recycling system with the advanced technology, only clean water is used for cooling down the discs, while the polishing machine, the large investment was made into an industrial water treatment system. So iyi system ni system iri avance cyane idufasha gukoresha amazi makeya. Ayo twavomye turaza tukagenda tuyatunganya agaca mu mamashini inshuro nyinshi. Mu gihe turamutse tuvoma agenda biri yaba ari nini cyane ntago twayishobora. Aya ni amabarane, the 4 colors of East African granite industries. The first one is the East African black, the second one is the East African pink color, the third one is the gray color within the freedom white or clear gray. I have the samples down in the exhibition. If you are able, you can pass and have a look and check the difference within other products that you know. Services we are doing, we are able to polish this kind of edges. You have the edge polishing, the round, you have other types of the polishing system. So this is the one that I can show you by the picture, where you can use on your kitchen tops or your other granite work. We are able to customize the polishing and the edge systems in different ways, as you can see here. We are able also to do the grooving, staircase grooving. This is one sample of the staircase grooving done by East African Granite Industries. I have the samples there down exhibition. We are lucky that here I saw the fresh graduate and the Rwanda ladies architects who are still young. So it's something interesting for this event. Before we knew that architects are all the person only. So what you did Rwanda Architects Week or Association area is highly appreciated. I don't know if it is allowed for a guest to request a hand of peace to that event or that action. If it's possible, you can clap for them. Going to my end, this is a production capacity. The machines on daily basis, monthly basis, annual basis. The numbers are here. What's the management? Stony Crusher is a machine. You have the Mayema. Those are the machines that can be able to make cobblestones. We do the aggregates. These are some projects that have been completed within our product team. Many of them, you know them. We have in Hare Conference Arena up to down to Legacy Hotel. So thank you very much. Any other information you can visit our stand down. Appreciations to you. Thank you.
Thank you, our general sponsor, EAGI. Our next presenter is Tim Hall, founding partner of Light Earth Designs. He's an architect in Royal Institute of British Architects and Architects Registration Board. He's a former partner of Feelings Clegg Bradley, Studios of One, the UK's foremost most green practices, has expertise in the design delivery of complex bespoke buildings and experience in the design of large urban residential regeneration projects, some of which have received national and international awards. After moving to Africa with his family, Tim worked with the eminent South African architect Peter Rich for 3 years and founded Light Earth Designs with Peter and Michael Ramage. T moved to Rwanda and headed the Kigali office of Light Earth Designs, working on award-winning buildings and settlement master plans in Rwanda, US, UK, and Uganda, piloting locally produced low-carbon materials. The practices work evolved into larger projects using sustainable design and applying system thinking to urban and rural development initiatives. He has taught architecture and urban sustainable design in the UK, Sweden, and Africa, and has lectured extensively. He has undertaken consultancy work for the Global Green Growth Institute and the Center for International Training and Development, and in 2019 gained a master's in urbanization and development at the London School of Economics and Political Science. Tim currently practices in London, UK. Welcome, Tim.
Sorry, I can't seem to be able to share my screen with you. Can you just disable the lock on the share screen? Can you hear me? No. Okay, good. Okay, good. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, I'm going to share my screen now, and hopefully you can hear me. Okay, there we go.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Anyway, I'll start. Okay, so thank you for the invite. I'm sorry that you're running a little bit behind, and I'll try my very best to keep this presentation as short as possible. It's a pleasure to be talking to you all. And I left Rwanda about 5.5, 6 years ago, and had a wonderful time living in Kigali. So I miss you all terribly. Okay, so today I'm going to quickly talk about the Rwanda Cricket Stadium. We are a practice that pioneers low carbon building solutions, and we like to just be absolutely clear that the Rwanda Cricket Stadium is part of a wider interest in using low carbon building solutions to promote more substantive growth in manufacturing to promote development. So we pioneer multiple strategies, and today I'm talking about multiple low carbon homegrown construction solutions. So as you can see, we also look at urban design, we look at incremental, low-cost housing strategies. We look widely at ecosystem protection strategies, adaptation and mitigation. We also look at Rwandan space making, how that might be reinterpreted into modern solutions. We also look at some of the more structural issues around procurement, around logistics, in terms of how we can create value chains, but we also look at green infrastructure. So I'm going to quickly move through this, but when we practiced in Rwanda, we were looking at many different homegrown low carbon technologies. And, we looked extensively and worked with clay products, including the SCAP product, which is fantastic to see that that's come along so far since I left. Did a few buildings with compressed soil. We specialize in compressed soil stabilized earth tiles, and we use these tiles in what we call timbral vaulting. We also did a lot of work in glue laminated eucalyptus using timber from sustainable forestry linked to the tea industry.
Tim, do you have a screen you're sharing? Or you can share?
Yeah, I'm sharing. Do you not see my screen?
No, we don't see your screen, no.
Let me try sharing it again. Hold on. Desktop. Is that better? Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Full. Could you make it full screen?
Do you want me to start?
Or make it wider?
What it's doing. Hold on. Okay. Okay, let me try that. I'm just going to use this. Can you see this? Okay, so I think, can you hear me now? Yeah. So I think, our work was looking at piloting homegrown low carbon technologies. So we were looking at clay products, earth bricks, compressed soil stabilized earth tiles and vaulting, as well as looking at glue laminated eucalyptus products. We also worked extensively with straw tech, looking at the application of agro-waste lightweight boards, as well as looking at offcuts of granite and using recycled stone. So I think, just to touch on why the use of homegrown materials is so important is that Rwanda has a unique opportunity to capitalize on the massive construction demand. And so there's an economic opportunity. And, it's a unique situation as you're very far from ports. There's a very large embodied energy and capital cost of bringing materials over. And, there's an opportunity to use urbanization as a catalyst for manufacturing. So here are some of our vaulting projects. We have built 7 or so projects using timbral vaulting. We've used earth, we've used terracotta. This is, I guess, what we're quite well known for. But we've also looked at glue laminated eucalyptus. We've built a building in Uganda using soil stabilized blocks, where we've also used eucalyptus. And my partners, Anna and Michael, are currently looking at super tall buildings using cross-laminated timber for application in the West as an alternative to concrete. So I think Michael summarizes this eloquently, that buildings really do need to go on a vegetarian diet because the embodied energy cost of continuing using concrete across the world is an enormous problem. So in some ways, it's been a bit of a blind spot in the UK, even in the West, is that we need to move away from high embodied energy Portland cement based concrete. So the world loves concrete, as we know, but we also know that very quickly that concrete contributes just by the production of cement alone, nearly 8% of all man-made CO2 emissions. So that's huge. But so we do urgently need to look at alternatives. And I think, if we look back at China, and obviously this is not a criticism of China, this is more of an observation and just saying, well, okay, you know, China has developed very rapidly, an enormous rapid development trajectory, but the embodied energy cost of that has been astronomical. You know, so China has produced more embodied CO2 emissions through concrete than we have, that the West has in the past 300 years. So, and then when we look at and let's assume, and quite rightly, that everyone in the world or every country that's developing has the right to develop. Are we looking at an enormous future embodied energy costs if the current trajectory of use of cement continues? So I think there's a sort of case to be put that we really need to mitigate. You're familiar with the concepts of mitigation and adaptation. Of course, developing countries like yourselves are suffering from the climate change, and often these are an effect of results of the wealthy countries' development. But I think what we do need to do as a planet is to mitigate future climatic effects, which will be disastrous, by looking at alternative solutions. And so one of the key solutions is to reduce CO2 emissions by coming up with alternatives to concrete. And as you know, you have additional emissions because you're very far away from your nearest port. So, you know, the shortest route is emitting further embodied emissions every time you ship your container across from either Dar es Salaam or Mombasa. Okay, some other opportunities. You have a massive, I mean, this is data from 2017, but, you know, soon you're going to have a massive youth bulge that you could capitalize on. Lots of young people ready for work, potential off-farm jobs. And so manufacturing using high labor-intensive, low-carbon materials is an enormous opportunity to capture that youth bulge. And so we have this sort of academic argument, which I'd suggest maybe people read a little bit more. I mean, I put this up because I've studied development economics at LSE recently, and I think there is a sort of academic argument that manufacturing can not only create jobs, but can also create or catalyze development. And this sort of development, which is sort of developing by doing through manufacturing, will also help the country be able to adapt more efficiently to future climate change. So I'd urge people to look at some of these references. There is a massive demand. I mean, Fatou has articulated that very clearly. This is 2016, huge demand for new housing. You know, there were, I think it was 300,000 dwelling units at that time, a demand. And at the time, we quantified that to 200 million bricks a year. Of course, the supply is falling short. So what we need to do is we need to use every single homegrown building material that we can to try and build and cater for that demand. So one of these, I think we've got other structural problems, which I'm not going to go into, affordability issues, spiraling land costs, logistics, infrastructure, issues with cross-border trade, limited capacity, high capacity of the bigger companies, but limited capacity of contracting. I won't go into that. And so one of our solutions, not all of the solutions, but one of the solutions that we look at is the vault. Okay, so we've got King's College Chapel, built back in the 1500s, a marvel of beauty and efficiency and fantastic engineering. Vaults are simple, they're efficient, and they are beautiful. And they're efficient because they are a very simple manifestation of natural forces, okay? So we specialize in Catalan vaulting, which is not using masonry in compression, it is using a layer of thin tiles built on top of each other, and the tiles are acting compositely to create a structural shell. And the advantages are, well, it's very efficient. It uses very little material. We can also use a very weak material, so it's suited to earthen materials because the structure is so efficient. This is great because then we can use a variety of skills. We can capture those limited skill people, or we can train them, and it's not rocket science, and potentially they can build these vaults. It's great because they're quite small components and they're light, minimizing logistics and heavy loads, and it's gender neutral. Women and men can work on this technology. So, and also there's very minimal formwork. So there's a lot of buildings built at the turn of the century, 20th century, by the famous Rafael Guastavino. It's Boston City Library there. It is a proven technology, and we tried to use soil. So here we have the Rwanda cricket stadium, a lovely aerial view just before opening. So the project is a cricket pitch, international standard cricket pitch on gently sloping land in Gahanga, next to the village. And part of the project was really about creating a very flat cricket pitch and doing it in such a way that we tried to minimize the cut and fill. I'm not going to dwell on this, but part of the concept for the building is pushing the cut and fill back up the site to create a sort of a natural amphitheater of soil. And those who've seen this building before, again, these are my very early concept images. The building was conceived as a continuation of that constructed amphitheater. It's a piece of man-made landscape. Parallel ideas around efficiency were really about trying to create something that defied gravity. It was like a bouncing ball. So the building, it follows the mathematical logic of a bouncing ball. Okay? Again, it's a bouncing ball because what we're doing is we're fading out the amphitheater, and the building is following that natural slope to minimize wastage. Okay, so here's some early sketches. I'm going to take you through the construction very quickly. I won't dwell on the plans and sections, but the basic idea is that the habitable rooms, such as the kitchen, the dressing rooms, the service areas, the dining areas, they're all contained within, underneath a table, a very simple concrete table that sits underneath these vaults. And on top of the concrete table, you have the more open areas, such as the bar, a restaurant, a club area, a reporter's area for people who are looking at the matches. So for this project, we used a compressed earth tile. What we used was actually a purpose-made hydraulic machine that presses the soil under high pressure. And what we're doing is it's basically a brick machine, and we're laying layers of plywood and soil to create 4 tiles. On other projects, we've used a hand press, which is like an oversized garlic press, which ordinary people can use mechanically. On this project, we had to, because of the program, we had to accelerate tile production, so we had to use a machine. And so it was quite nice because we could use low-skilled labor. On another project, we dovetailed it with a women's poverty relief program. So here we have the project. This is the construction process. Again, I have very little time, so please forgive me if I'm shooting through these. We have the very simple concrete tables, and we have the foundations of the building, which are following the slope. You can see there's a series of piers that are sticking up outside, out of the concrete slab, and these piers are where the vault bears onto. So, and these piers, you see, you're in a seismic area. So what you have to do is you have to tie these piers together. So our big idea was really to bring the vault right down to the piers and to use the retaining walls and the foundation ground beams as the ties. So what we're doing is we're tying the whole thing together in the event of any seismic activity. Then what we're doing is we're then bearing the vaults directly down onto those piers. So we're being a little bit more efficient. Yes, we are using concrete, and it would have been great to look at alternatives to concrete, maybe some alternatives to the cement. I mean, I've done a lot of work at GGBFS as an alternative to Portland cement, but on this project, we used in situ concrete. And so there's some very advanced analysis using very fancy parametric computer programs to deal with really what are quite complicated loads. And one of these loads is you've got static loads, which is just the basic loads and thrusts. But you also got the dynamic loads of earthquake situation, which are huge. So the concrete beams deal with those loads. Okay, going to the construction mechanism, sort of methodology is that really the guide work, which is the thing that holds the vault up and stops the vault from collapsing on itself. It's not full form work. It's only tracing the form of the vault, and it's stopping it collapsing. And the idea that this was made out of small plywood components, but you can also use rebar. One project we've seen that people have used cardboard. I mean, so the idea is that this is a temporary framework that when the vault has structural integrity, it's removed. And ideally that timber, like we did, we reused it as joinery on other elements in the project. So I'm just going to move through. Here's the guide work. So what we're doing is to cater for dynamic loads. As you know, a vault works purely in compression, but under the conditions of an earthquake, you're then having some dynamic tensile loads. So what we're doing is, as part of Michael Ramage's and Anna's research at the University of Cambridge, we have integrated a geogrid, geotextile within the layers of the vaults. And what we're doing is we're tying that geotextile, it's like a hen, and is stretching the vaults and tying the vault into the foundation. It's quite simple. It comes in a roll. It's just a polypropylene, but it's manufactured in Nairobi. And that element is then tied into the concrete foundation. And then it's simply built into the layers of the tile vault. So moving on, the vault's interesting. The construction sequence relies on the vaults being built upwards. So the tiles are laid upwards from the perimeter. And the first layer is actually built using a very rapid setting plaster of Paris. So the first layer is built up and the tiles stay in position. And as you work up, you sequentially strengthen the shell by adding further layers of the tile on top of the inner layer. So in effect, the inner layer is acting like a permanent formwork for the outer layers. So here's some nice images of the first layer going up, and it's working its way up towards the apex. We're then laying the layers of geogrid in between the tiles within a mix of lime and sand, something that moves, something's a bit flexible. And then we're laying layers of tiles on top of that. And that creates this composite, okay? So really the number of layers of tiles is related to the span of the vault. And on this project, we wanted to go as big as we could. So it was a 16.5 meter span, the biggest vault, okay? As I said, it's all about trying to demonstrate what the potential of this technology is. On top of the vault, we then have to cover it with lime and sand, and then we waterproof it with a sheet product. And then on top of that, what we're trying to do is use some of the broken granite from the site, break it into boulders, and then lay it as a protection to the waterproofing. On the inside, you get the tiles are exposed. So we spend a little bit of time tidying that up. But what I love the fact that the inside has a wonderful handmade quality. It's something that has a beauty. It's like the skin of an elephant, or it's something that's human. It has scale and it has beauty. And there are irregularities. So here's some quick photographs of the finished product. And so I mean, what's very nice is it's an incredibly efficient structure. So, you know, even on the medium span vaults, you're looking at only 4 layers of tile. It's incredibly thin. Therefore, it's economical. On the inside, it is simple, it has a dynamism, it's human, and it's natural. So it's a natural material, and there's very, very little cement in that tile. It's purely soil and sand. Oh, just to note, we were using SCAP products on the inside, so we're using rice husk fired bricks as well as agro waste fired tiles on the inside. This is inside the, I think it's one of the bigger span vaults. Also, this is a picture of where the vaults meet the piers. And here what we're using is East Africa granite offcuts. And we're flipping them upside down because we want the unpolished surface to walk on. That's for flooring. So I think, you know, I'll flick through these. So just to end, I think just a few comments, you know, some lovely photos of recently the Queen's Baton for the Commonwealth Games was here. It's lovely to see the building being used. It's fantastic to see the building being used for training for women in life skills. And I mean, it's great. And I'm pleased that it's a real asset. So there are lots of further opportunities. What more can we do with vaulting? Well, of course, we can apply this to housing. You know, we've got a huge demand. It's a high labor intensity, low carbon alternative to high CO2 concrete slabs. And of course, we can use low pitched soil vaults as alternatives to concrete and even alternatives to MaxSpan. MaxSpan's a great product. So, you know, this is a typical technology used in Southern Europe. So this is, you know, there is an opportunity. And then we can also use a product as using a composite roof with a composite vault and steel roof to create more passive solutions to larger buildings, which then incorporate passive solutions to natural ventilation. And then I think, you know, when we're looking at homegrown materials, we really need to use everything we've got. You know, we need to use soil bricks, we need to use glulam, we need to use MaxSpan, we need to use StrawTech maybe, we need to use fire bricks, gap fire. We need to do everything because there isn't one solution. We need to use everything in our arsenal to create a much, much larger manufacturing industry around homegrown materials. Okay? And one of these could be earth vaulting. So it is also suited to incremental housing. You know, I do a lot of work looking at self-help housing and assisted incremental solutions for housing. I can talk about that a lot, but we've done incremental housing is a really great way of creating the possibility for people to buy a smaller house and then expand incrementally into a larger unit. And look, earthen materials, can they be modern and can they be aspirational? Yes, they can. Well, this is our offices that we did for Joe Ritchie in Chicago. Fantastic project. It's using earth from his project and it's creating a piece of architecture within a very bland glass office box. And it's a truly beautiful space. So earth can be refined, it can be aspirational, and it can be sophisticated. So the benefits of homegrown materials, look, a huge boost to the production capacity of materials. You need that. There is a potential supply of off-farm jobs, which is great because you've got to deal with the oncoming youth bulge. You've got a long-term reduction in the cost of local materials, which is key. You're reducing the country's reliance on high-cost, poor-quality imports. A huge increase in skills development through in-work training. You can then integrate some of these technologies with your pioneering poverty reduction strategies like the DEP or the social protection, maybe integrated with cash transfer programs. Very interesting. And then, you know, it's more equitable across the contracting industry, the development of smaller contractors, medium-sized contractors. Learn from what Ethiopia did with their condominium scheme, which contributed massive economic growth because there was a focus on developing small to medium-sized contractors. So I think, you know, there's a huge opportunity, there's potential to use and kickstart industrial growth through building material manufacturing. And that in itself will bring some institutional learning and will enable the country to, in the future, mitigate and adapt to climate change. So, and of course, you've then got huge embodied carbon savings, which is a very good thing. So, okay, just to end, a quote from Albert Hirschman, an economist from the 1960s, who promoted a developmental approach to economic growth. I mean, I urge people to read it if you haven't. But I think this idea of thinking holistically, combining common sense solutions and trialing as many solutions as you can, focusing on the homemade and local. Urbanization offers you a huge opportunity and a huge demand to expand local green manufacturing. And let's, you know, try, because sometimes you might fail, but it's better to try. And I love this quote. And I think this applies to my own practice, really, where we've tried lots of things and sometimes failed, you know, and it's better to try. And when you take on something and that's very hard to do, sometimes you might fail, but you'll learn an enormous amount in the process. So, and sometimes we even succeed. So thank you very much. Just quick thanks to the Rwanda Cricket Association, Cricket Builds Hope, Rocker Construction, Africa Golf, James Bellamy, Quentin Boyson, FBW, Simon Karimba, especially Doreen and the team, Lakes Consortium, Luke Engelbach, Water Consulting East Africa, my team, Anton Ben, Wissam and Marco, and Killian Doherty at the beginning, and of course my partners Michael, Anna and Peter Rich. Thank you, Mass Design, for your support at a critical moment, and Lindsay Hodgson, thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity of talking about the project. I'm sorry that I had to rush through. Deep breath. I hope you enjoyed it.
It's okay. Thank you so much, Tim Hall. Thank you for making your presentation very brief and actually going through concretely and giving us all the details on the process of the construction of the cricket stadium. I would like to welcome our next presenter, which is our architect Uduak. Please take the stage.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the Rwanda Institute of Architects for giving me this opportunity to present. I'm going to present quickly on the building contract administration. I'm an architect. I've been practicing for over 25 years now, and I have passion in architecture. But what I want to put through today is I want to commercialize architecture in the sense of how to drive projects, because a lot of architects, what we do is we cut a lot of standards in terms of how to proceed in our project delivery on site. So I just want to give you a brief of what the status is and the status quo is supposed to be in terms of how to manage your projects on site. Just in summary, you might have different ways of doing it, but there are standard practices that most of we architects, we overlook, maybe because of time or because of the kind of project or because of the client that you're delivering. But one thing I realized as an architect is that every project is very important. Even if it's a 1 million Rwanda project, 10 million, 1 billion, every project has the same process and it has to pass through the same standard. Elise? So I'm a partner with Consultant Collaborative. We have a practice in Nigeria. We've been operating for 30 years, and I've been working there for like 25 years. I grew up from being an architect to a project architect to a senior architect to an assistant associate partner, then an associate partner, then I became a partner there. So I just grew through there. You know, that's what makes succession. It's better for you architects to go through a practice. Some people, when they leave school, the next thing they want to start making money. But I think it's better to get trained other than being tamed outside, because architecture is not all about just designing beautiful buildings. Architecture is more about adding values and giving solutions to your clients. Wait, okay.
Turn it on the side.
Summary. It's not going. It's off. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Basically, the process of administering buildings, of successful administering buildings, is they're in twofold. You have the pre-contract process and you have the post-contract. The pre-contract is more of the design and documentation, then the post-contract is more of the execution. And you have the tender process. The tender process is under the pre-contract. There are two stages in the pre-contract: design stages, documentation, and tendering and award. In those stages, you have two parameters. You have one for drawings and documentation, and you have invitation to tender. These ones are more of geotechnic survey, preparation of preliminary design coordination meetings, construction permit application, and online. Then the next one, part of the pre-contract stage, is more of the expression of interest, terms of references that you send to contractors to be able to tender. Sent to contractors to be able to tender. The tender documentation process are in threefold. You have the tender process. During the tender process, letters are sent out for people to tender: the bids, the bills of quantities, the drawing specification, the notes for instruction, the form of tender, conditions of contract. Everything is there in the tender document and on price bills. Then during this process, there's a process that goes from before you start filling the forms and pricing, technical or financial pricing. You have to, first of all, site visits are required. You have to go through the tenders to check some queries and get responses from the client. Then, before you start doing the technical and financial tendering, then tender open after you submit your tenders. Tenders are being analyzed by a committee. Sometimes you have a client that has a committee where they can analyze your tenders. After appraisal of your tenders, then you get the tender award. You might be awarded a tender, and if you're not awarded, sometimes the clients will write to you and say, unfortunately, we couldn't award these tenders to you because of so. But in most cases, once you are awarded the tender, then the next stage is for you to go into post-contract. So the pre-contract is just more of documentation, design stage, online, tendering, up to the award stage. That's the pre-contract. Then the post-contract is the execution of work on site. First of all, these things, most clients, most architects, most practices don't actually do it, but it's very, very necessary that at the end of the day, when a contract is being awarded, you have a contract signing. Sometimes it's made officially where the contractor comes in with the consultants and everything. They have an official contract signing. Then you have introduction of the project team. You introduce the people that are going to work on it. Then you'll be able to give the contractor the terms and conditions of the contract and tell the contractor to deliver some projects and some programs that is required to execute the projects. Then the documents that are required are more of bills of quantities, price bills of quantities that are signed, and the tender documents. And the dates of handing over is scheduled. And after the scheduling of the handing over, then you desire the team that is going to work on it. These are the teams: the architect, quantity surveyors, MEP, structural engineers, clerk of works. Most construction projects don't have clerk of works, but it's very necessary because these are signed by the client to be able to give a feedback on the projects on behalf of the client. Reporting, testing, that's the work of the clerk of works. Then handing over of the site. Officially, you need to hand over a site to a contractor. And when you're handing over a site to the contractor, there are some things that needs to be done. Inauguration site meeting, which is required after the handing over of the site. In that inauguration site meeting, you have to show the contractors what is required. These are the things that are required in the inaugural site meetings. You have like the progress reports that is required, the program of works required, site meetings, inspections, site photographs, site instruction, violation and certificate, site inspections, record and reports. These are the documents, things that are required in the agenda of the inaugural site meeting. That is the meeting you have before you actually have the first site meeting. This is when the contractor must have mobilized to site. He has set up his organization on the site, the stores, the offices, everything has been set up on site. That's when you have this. After the project has commenced, then you can start your first site meeting. But the foundation laying stone is not required in most projects. Sometimes it's required in most official government projects just to showcase the project. Then while the project is on, you have regular site meetings. It could be weekly, it could be monthly, it could be bi-weekly. This is okay. It could be weekly, it could be bi-weekly. We have site records that are required on site. You have site instruction book, attendance records, site photo, board, admin, account, HSE records, and progress reports. Site inspections are required also for material inspection and process, materials inspections for testing of all the materials that are required, and submittal. When you do all this testing, you have to submit to the consultants for approval. And when once it's rejected, you don't use those materials. But when once it's approved, you can go and interim certificates are based on progress of work on site. And these are done from evaluation, from the QS point of view. The QS does evaluation, and the architect peruses and uses an interim payment certificate. It's called interim because it's going to be continuous on the project until when you get to practical completion. Then you have variation orders. This is sometimes it's required on site, but it has to be issued, and the consultant will evaluate it and must be approved by the consultant and the client. Then in most cases, most of the projects, when you're doing a project, you have prime cost sums and provisional sums. Most people mix these. Prime sum costs usually are the costs that have been calculated and allowed in the bill of quantities for specialized works. Specialized works like you want to do doors and windows, lifts, wastewater treatment, prime cost of. But provisional is when you don't have a full design, you don't have the details, then you make provisions. These are just estimated values that are put in the bills. Contingencies are allowed in case there's a force majeure, there's a problem on site. Instead of going back to the client to ask for money, you put these contingencies in the project to allow for any force majeure. Then claims, you have two kinds of claims, fluctuation claims and damages. Fluctuation claims come up usually when there's an act of war, or maybe the government policies, or when the project is over delayed. It's supposed to be a 2-year project and it's a 4-year project. So we claim for fluctuation. Then damages is liquidated and certain damages for now. This one is normally required when a party has delayed on site. Probably the contractor has delayed, and you can charge a penalty calculated based on percentages. It could be 0.5% of the contract sum. It could be 1 to 1,000% of the contract sum. It's calculated based on the contract sum, but on an agreed percentage. Most contractors these days, they will say, okay, LAD, but it shouldn't be more than 0.5%. So that in case they default, you know that they have at least reduced the losses they're going to get. Subcontractors, you have nominated subcontractors, domestic, and specialists. Nominated contractors are the ones you go out to tender for, and you invite them and you interview them, you standard tenders, you do some tender analysis, and you award the contract. Domestic subcontractors are the ones that you give to the contractor. Maybe a client can say, okay, somebody is going to do doors and windows, and the person has been chosen, and you just write a letter to the contractor and say, you domesticate this guy to you. But in that case, the contractor might charge some profit and attendance on that domestic subcontractor. Then specialist subcontractors are the ones that the lifts, the lifts, the wastewater treatment subcontractors, the doors and windows subcontractors. Those are people that can bring in designs, new designs, because sometimes you have your windows, but you don't have the workshop drawings for those windows. Some contractors will come in and give you the designs for those windows to be able to execute. But you just give them a schematic door and window schedule, but they come in with their own designs and the specification. Extension of time is granted based on different requirements. Execution of variation order, exceptional inclement weather. It's not, you don't just give extension of time for a project. Mostly it must fall under this, maybe force majeure, maybe civil commotion or something, maybe an exceptional inclement weather, not a rainy season, not just a dew or showers, but inclement weather that disrupts production of work on site. Then practical completion, handover, and closing of the contract. During this period, the building is ready for use. And the architects might, in his own submission, feel that the building is ready for use. And that's why he can give a certificate of practical completion to the contractor. And in this such, there is a portion where the retention fund is being reduced. Retention fund in most cases is 5%, but some contracts, they do 10%. Maybe because you are afraid of the contractor you're using. If you're not sure of the contractor, sometimes people use 10% retention fund, but in most cases it's 5%. So you take a 180 at the practical completion when the place is habitable for use, or when the architect has seen that the place, or noticed that the building is completed, fully furnished, and the place is ready for use, and be able to hand over to the client. Record documents that is required from the contractor, has bills, drawings, architectural and MEP drawings from contractors, operational manuals from specialist subcontractors. They will do the lifts, give you the drawings. They have to give you operational manuals that somebody can be trained to be able to operate the lift. Or maybe the wastewater treatment has been designed and executed and completed. They have to give you an operational manual on how to train people and how to be able to maintain the product. Defects liability period usually is 6 months. Sometimes it's 1 year, or a rainy season, whichever is longer. During this period is when the contractor is expected to correct some defects on site. But the issue here is when a contractor defaults to correct the defects, there's a 2.5 retention fund that is still remaining in the contract. In that point, if the contractor does not correct, the client can go ahead and correct and invoice the contractor and deduct it from the retention fund that is left there. That retention fund is just a money that is kept on behalf of the client. Final account is done after the snagging, after the first liability period has extended, you've completed the first liability period, and you have corrected all defects, because sometimes there are some defects that might come up after the defects liability period. And during that period, there has to be an inspection that is done by a team of architects and the client and the representative to check whether most of those defects has been corrected. And once they are corrected, then you go into a final account. Final account is for you to check the value of the project, how much has been expended. If there are variations, you check, you'll be able to balance the account. If the contractor has defaulted, you deduct some monies from the contractor. And if the contractor has not done, made good defects, you deduct the monies. But if he has done it, then you pay. Then at that point, you can release the 2.5% to the contractor. And in that case, the project is going to be completely closed at the point where you do the final account. And at this stage is when the contractor now says, okay, this work is completely finished. The practical completion doesn't mean that he doesn't have to be on that site. He still has to be on that site during the defects liability period. But at the final account, the contract is closed, everything is handed over. And in this period, you issue a certificate of making good of defects. We issue it in our practice because at the end of the day, the contractor has made good of defects. You need to issue a certificate. So that's the certificate that is going to be part of the final account that is going to be required by the contractor. At this stage, you release all the funds, you pay the contractor, and you say bye to the contractor. Generally, in most cases, in most of this contract administration, a lot of times we don't go through this, maybe because of the kind of projects that we're handling. But I just had to rush through it to give an understanding of how the process is supposed to be. There are certain processes that must not be bypassed when we're doing administering projects on site. Because these projects that have been administered in accordance with the statutory that is required. in the sense of having to move it from the pre-contract through the post-contract and to the final account stage. And the final note on this is that most of the projects that we have on board, no matter how small or no matter how big, it is better for architects for us to be able to drive our projects through these processes. Sometimes you say you are doing a renovation work and you don't need these processes. There are some things that are required even in a renovation work. So no matter how small the project is, it is required that we go through these processes, design the building, go out to tender to a contractor. Sometimes architects don't go out to tenders because they think the project is small. But sometimes it becomes a problem if you don't go out to tender on this project. So no matter how small a project is, it is required and it is necessary for us to be able to go out to tender and do all the due process that is required to drive the project from the pre-contract stage to the post-contract to the final account. I hope I've been able to do justice to this. I'm sorry, I was rushing, but I really want to thank the Rwanda Institute of Architects once again for giving this platform to be able to share some of these ideas regarding building construction and administration on site. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Oduak, for giving us a breakdown of contracting management in the fastest way possible. I would like, unfortunately, if you guys don't mind, you can send your questions via Twitter, and we'll make sure we give them to the person supposed to answer. Use Twitter or WhatsApp or YouTube Live or Zoom link. All right. So we're not going to have our question and answers right now because it's time for you guys to have lunch. But before you break for lunch, I would like to welcome our Executive Secretary of Rwanda Institute of Architects, Emmanuel Nyingindi.
Thank you so much, Liz. Thank you, everyone. Wow, what a day. I don't know, I don't have much to speak now, but as I'm the only one remaining in the room to represent the Institute, I'm not concluding this. We still have our week running, and we want to announce something amazing to conclude it in beauty soon enough. So we want you guys, as we conclude this CPD for architects, to step out when you're having further information for the next events that we're having soon. So I would like to thank everyone who took his time to present, everyone who attended and who shared everything, any sort of material, any sort of contribution, even your own attendance and time. It's quite a huge investment. And believe that if we continue in this pace, we're heading somewhere. As architects in this country, as country surveyors, urban designers, interior designers, if you had a chance to have some, and also planners in different aspects. So Rwanda Architecture Week is an annual based event, and we want to grow it at the level of Milan Architecture Week or anything. As in the spirit of Rwanda becoming the center of everything in Africa, this is what we are aiming at. And we hope and looking forward that the young generations and other people that we saw in the room with such courageous energy will take us there. And I would be amazed and thrilled to see this event becoming what I've dreamed it to become. In a timeline, let's say even 50 years is fine if we can survive and persevere. We would like to see it becoming something else. Maybe it becomes like we build a stand which looks like a Dubai Expo or something to host Rwanda Architecture Week. So guys, let's keep the spirit and let's keep exchanging in different ways and contributing from bottom up or up down. So I just want to wrap this up by telling you that tomorrow, now we're heading to lunch site or location, which is first floor. Please be ready to eat because you deserve it. You've invested in it today. And secondly, tomorrow we're having a peer tour of the city, and also visiting key projects that you've seen through presentation, through different times. We're meeting here. For those who doesn't know where the head office of RIA is, it's in EcoBank building, the building next to this one, basically. So we're meeting here early in the morning at 8. We're heading straight to RICA project to visit it shortly and briefly and get further deep insights about it. And then after that, we come back to the city. We visit the city of Kigali to give us a tour of this Nyarugenge CBD. And we tour the car-free zone that they've created. And we get to have some brief, information about the concept and everything. And also exchange and give them some ideas about what we think about it and how better they can improve it. So now after that, we shall visit another project, Mazi for SCAT, that they have just inaugurated today. It's a quite interesting project, and I wish those who want to see how vernacular plus affordable as synergies work, it would be interesting for you to attend. And after that, we're heading to the industrial Kigali economic zone, special economic zone, to visit one of the manufacturers that presented or sponsored our event. And we thanked him with huge, we should actually clap for our sponsors. If they're in the room, please give them a round of applause. Because we can't do this without their hand and support. We thank also Rwanda Housing Authority that made this happen to a contribution of 80% of what you're seeing. After that, there come our best moment, the one that I like the most myself, the gala dinner. So our gala dinner basically will happen here, the same venue. So after this long day of visits, we shall go and freshen up at home and come in our best suits and dresses and attend our gala dinner. So we have limited spots, 120. I hope some of you, I wish all of us that are in this room now, as I'm speaking, will be there. So guys, it will be here after all these kind of visits. We shall go home and come back from 6 on. We shall reward and recognize initiatives and good practice, efforts from architects and those who contributed to this profession all over the way. Like since, let's say, 1994, we always do that through our gala dinner. We need to recognize the efforts of our pioneers and seniors who made us become who we are today. So that's what we do during the gala dinner. And after the gala dinner, we shall go home as usual. And then on Sunday, we have a connecting run through Car-Free Day. So let's join hands and come and do some sport and see how we can stay healthy as well. You can't have a healthy brain without a healthy life, body, you understand that? So we're trying to find all the way or find all the means or all the options that can make us come together again, benchmark our profession in different ways, and also try to create some connections. We are very disconnected, and I think all of us in this room can prove that. But why are we connected when we are just purchasing projects and then we tear apart after that? So please come join us to run, and after that, there's a surprise after that. I'm telling you, I promise you. So on Monday, there is an education day. We can't do all this without going back to our incubator. We need to go and engage some sort of mentorship, also discussion on different topics, so that we can also grow the mindset of those who will replace you in this room one day. So the education day will happen at the campus, School of Architecture and Built Environment. So whoever who can manage to attend, please, it will be an evening, or maybe, let's say, in between an afternoon and evening, so that it doesn't disrupt anything of your work. So guys, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And we're looking forward to be hosting you every day, not every year, every day in our offices. They're here. You own it. If you want to work even from our offices, come, you're welcome. It's yours as well. If you want to replace me in the same chair, please come and take my chair. All right, guys, thank you so much. I thank you for everything. So, thank you, Liz. Liz, she's just wonderful. Wish could be in my office somewhere, or has next to me, so that all the time. So, this session we're having a QA session in the. So after this session, basically, we're having a county surveying, chapters CPD in the afternoon. Those who are interested, you can attend. They're having their a sort of cross-cutting talks about their profession and the way forward on the development of it itself, and issues that is facing today or maybe tomorrow, and how to really benchmark all the remedies that they can come up with and just create a roadmap for its development. So, though I'm not saying that architects should leave, please. They've been attending at the same time as ours. So please, if you are interested, you can just share with them something. So from now on, we're heading to lunch, but we will leave the room for them and their chapter. They have something big that is happening soon. Thank you so much.